Okay, a little later start than I had planned. Still getting things set up. Unfortunately, my my computer decided that my camera didn't exist anymore. Trying to get all my screens here going. What else we got? Oh, I didn't change the title. Oh well. Get there. Not doing incremental closure today. We are clips. Okay. So the first thing I'm doing, as you can probably see from the title, is I want to get the GWT plugin for Eclipse up to date. We've had a lot of discussions about this over the last while. Let's pull this over so you can see that instead of my my terminal, which I'm not ready to deal with yet. Because the first thing I'll need to do is get a version of Eclipse installed, because I haven't used Eclipse in like 10 years. So we've got a bunch of pull requests that need to get opened to deal with getting the build to work at all. I've got a cheat sheet over here of the order we'll need to merge these in. Let's see. We're going to need to do 409, 410, and 418 in one step. 409, 410, and 418. And then we'll do 420, which will bring us GitHub CI. So let's get caught up here. This is a simple one that just fixes a few compatibility issues. Some stuff got renamed, I guess, in the Eclipse Maven wiring. 410 is a huge one where it just drags a whole bunch of stuff kicking and screaming into the future. Eclipse plugins apparently have to pull in a large amount of other build files to make things work. I don't have a great understanding about how this works, how this all behaves. I asked a question. Google has not gotten back to me. So we need to figure out if we can update these files. I think we're going to have that for a follow-up, so we'll probably file a follow-up ticket rather than trying to address it right now, just because apparently the old deployment for the GWT plugin for Eclipse uses HTTP, and the Eclipse Marketplace has just deprecated all HTTP URLs. And they've actually removed all Marketplace entries, so you can no longer install plugins from sources that use HTTP without HTTPS. So the next step is going to be we have to deploy a new one. We have to get a new Marketplace entry since we still cannot get control of the old one. So we've got some stuff to do here. So let's see here. This is the giant one that had some specific questions about jars that need to get handled. And then this is another small one that cleaned up a few specific issues. It looks like we can roll back this change here as long as we merge together with 4.9, 4.10. I didn't look at 4.10, did I? Oh yeah, this is 4.10. So this is 4.09 and 4.10 will go together. And this is one more fix that will correct something because we don't need this anymore. And we don't need this change anymore either. So really this is down to just a one-line, hey, fix our class path change. We will make sure that we can build without that before we proceed. Oh, right, and I almost forgot. Pasindu has followed us here. Thank you for joining us. I imagine you're here right now because we were chatting separately in Gitter. If you would like to discuss your project, you can either throw it in here or we can even grab a Zoom call because I would like to hear a little more about what you've got in mind and how we can make sure that the plugin can do the things you're expecting. So let's, I don't think I've got a project for this running. This is a big repo. We've got a lot of specific paths that have to be used, that have to exist to follow Eclipse conventions. We do ostensibly use Maven to build it, and the goal is to get to a point where we have Maven to run continuous integration. Is this legible? It is not quite legible. Let me pick a different terminal here. Let's see, workspace, quit, Eclipse plugin. That looks better. Okay, cool. So here's our Git history. I'm going to try and pull together our pull requests to make sure we've got this right. We are going to, first of all, merge those pull requests that we talked about into one single commit. And then we will make a single pull request for all of them, and then see if we can prune some of the specifics, like this thing we can revert here. So maybe we'll actually do that one at a time. And then the next piece is GitHub CI. And let's put that in a new tab at the end, because that's the last thing we're going to do. This should only create a GitHub CI file. So it doesn't make any other changes, which means locally we should be able to build as soon as we get these other pieces in. And then this will be the step to say, okay, now can we build remotely? Can we get nightly builds? Can we get builds whenever PRs are made? And can we look at some kind of deployment strategy to get releases out? So if we switch over first to master, let me just make sure we've got our remote set up properly. We've got upstream, which is the project itself, Git plugins / Git Eclipse plugin. I've got my own remote, which is specific to my GitHub account. And then Luca. Yeah, Luca is this third remote that I've got that I'm pulling changes in from. I probably should be pulling changes directly from Cole, who's, I believe his real name is Stanislav. So let me grab a remote for him. And then, there we go. We're going to go ahead and just abandon that commit. I'm kind of scared of doing that. Let's go back. I might need that. Hello, Slack. You can be quiet, please. Let's make sure it's not anything on fire first. It is not. It is. I did something, so you don't have to pay attention to it today. Okay, so we're going to quick put a branch on this. Just something generic like that. We're making a new branch called build from Maven, which we're going to pull these different commits into. So the first thing I want is 414. Sorry, not 414. This is 418. We're going to... Actually, I think I'll do this one last. We'll do this one last. We'll do the other two first, and then I will merge this in to say, here is how... Here's the things we're going to revert. Pull that. So the first commit is full issue 407. And the second one is new target 202209. And I think I want to prefix this with the remote name. There we go. All right. Now I expect that this won't build, but that may not be correct. We know that this fix isn't needed anymore here, where it was changing the empty strings. And we know that this fix isn't needed anymore, at least according to our notes that I wrote a month ago. So I presume that what I wrote a month ago is still accurate. And then finally, we've got this one other run here to say, hey, we shouldn't need this anymore. So let's see if we can get a build. Let's check what the CI would do to produce a build, and we'll do the same thing. Maven package. I don't think Maven verify can safely run in CI. Let's do a clean just to make sure, because we are not a clean checkout. Oh, that's not ideal. Am I in the right directory for this? Hmm. I look like I am. Wrong version of Java. That's the problem. Let's switch to 17. Sorry, that was dumb. I'll try to be smarter today. We'll see how it goes. I see we're going to need to follow up with a 2, or the GWT 2.10 release, and ideally a head snapshot too. Let's make some issues as we go here. Keep track of things we know are going to be a problem. Oops, hey, we got some failures. No such file exception for some stuff. It doesn't seem to have failed the build, though, which confuses me. Failed to init class path for this. No such file. But it still was able to compile. We'll probably file that too. Let's not lose track. Let's try to stay on focus here. Enable integration tests in CI. VFB, is that it? XVFB? X virtual frame buffer? Yeah, there we go. To simulate having a monitor. So tests run. I'll give that to myself. What else do we have? We need more issues. We're gonna have a bunch of these. File not found. I am. Let's see here. This might be what that issue is about. Because it changed quit dev to quit dev dash eclipse. That's what the other pull request did. And this removed quit dev from there. So let's try applying part of this, just this one here, and see if that's sufficient. We're going to modify plugins for platform. I don't usually work without an IDE, but this is a little weird because I don't have Eclipse running yet. All right, where's quit dev? Line 49. Okay, get rid of an extra space there. Let's see if that makes that error go away, and if not, we may have to modify that other one. See how that goes. I'm going to do a clean just to make sure that nothing is going to surprise me. We're going to add another issue while I'm waiting, which is going to be what do we test? 2.8, 2.9, 2.10. Yeah, it's still failing, so this is not it. This is in core, it looks like. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. And indeed, core is the one that wants to change to the dev eclipse jar. So we need to make sure that we actually can ignore this, because it looks like my statement is wrong here. So we'll follow up on that in a minute. What was I going to say? What versions of GWT does the platform work with today? Let's go to here, take a look at the code. It'll be easier to browse this, I think. I think we're in plugin. Yeah, here we are. 272829. So we want to say 272829 and 210. Let's make sure we don't actually already have an issue for this. That goes back far enough that it won't apply anymore. And I think we already had a different one that said, hey, let's get to 10. But it doesn't look like we do that. Okay. We seem to have built successfully. It did not fix these errors. If we my scroll doesn't go back far enough to find out about if we had any other previous ones. Let's see if we have any platform errors. This is the giant commit where we rearranged a bunch of stuff. Let's look for jars, because I think we had a couple of jar changes in here. Looks like there's a renamed file here and a new file here. So under, it'd be really nice if I could get a tooltip for this to autocomplete. Or not autocomplete, but to show me the rest of what this is. Because sometimes I like to be able to read things. Oh good, clicking on it doesn't help. Okay. Move to core test out of platforms. That doesn't seem right. What's this one doing? It claims to be... I'm reading this right. We won't have one anymore in platform at all. We'll rename this dev jar from core lib quit dev to core lib eclipse. Let's scroll back here a little bit and see if we did indeed fix something. Yeah, so it looks like both are required. Maybe I made a comment on this that will clarify what's going on here. I'm searching for gwt dev anywhere in here. We've got this one here in core test and another one in core test libs. So presumably these are copies of each other. I don't understand why we're making copies instead of pulling it from somewhere. That'll be another problem for later. Let's look at here and see what else we've got. Only dev eclipse, no gwt user. There is a gwt user in this directory though. And we should also update the gwt user jars. So going back here again, it looks like the platform change doesn't need dev anymore. That's the way I infer that. That's what I infer from that. But the core one, for some reason, needs it renamed. Oh, I see. This can be ignored. What I mean is this comment can be ignored. Okay, so this is garbage. We're going to ignore it. We do need this change. We need to rename this. So I'm going to go ahead and just cherry pick this whole thing. Replace use of class blah, fix bundle class path. So we're going to cherry pick this commit directly. There we go. Oh no, that's wrong. Reset hard head tick, and then try again without the tilde. I don't know why I appended a tilde on there. There we go. Fix bundle class path. So get show says that we just removed the jar followed by a dot and replaced it with just plain dot, and then we renamed this. Okay, so now we're going to try and build. That didn't come through the mic. Ugh. Alright, so this is at least less noisy. It seems like we're in a pretty good shape here. I'm going to probably push this as a single commit here. It'd be kind of fun to run the integration tests. Let's see here. We have some warnings. What is it actually complaining about here? The method add default runtime is deprecated. And the method is never used locally. Okay. I'm going to make a new issue for this, just to say, hey, let's review build warnings. All right, so before I actually grab the warnings and log them, let's try verify. See if integration tests are on. Because I've never done this before. I presume we're going to get some kind of a failure here, but we'll see what it is. It is unfortunately going to take a bit of time here, but hopefully it's able to detect that most of the work has already been done of the build. So we'll see. Once this is all built, though, the result is a zip file that we can upload to some web location. I'm thinking we'll just take over something like, hey, there was a window popping up there, making sure stuff worked. Cool. We'll do something like eclipse.quitproject.org to say, hey, we host all of our stuff here. At this time, my company runs the GWT hosting, so it would not be hard for us to set up another directory, another subdomain to manage all of that. So this is looking good. There we go. Not bad. Minute and change to get all this done. All right, so now that we've got that, let's grab warnings. Let's just dump all the output from one more clean build, and then we'll grep it later on after we can be sure about this. We'll grep it for warnings to package them all up into one thing. All right, enable integration tests in CI. It appears CI can't run integration tests, probably because they're headless. Consider something like XVFB to simulate having a monitor, so tests run. All right. Do we have any labels that are good for this? Continuous integration? No. Let's not worry about labels today. Support for GWT 2.10. Here's Slack again. Didn't we tell it to be quiet? Full latest from head snapshot. Let us run nightly. I'm going to leave that one out there for somebody else. Review build warnings, clean up code. Looks like this is finished. So let's just first of all less the build.log file. Let's grep it for warning. And then let's expand that by saying, give me the, about 4 lines after each one. Will that work? Type to less. And we'll grab the big blocks like this chunk here. Let's put this in its own file, maybe? It'd be easier for me to use a copy-paste tool. If I can do this. All right, we're going to ignore all of this up here. We're going to skip that. Skip that, skip that. Elide that. That's already been mentioned. I'm not going to put it again. These are all warnings. Search, here we go. Here's a delay before another one hit. Just putting a more obvious breakpoint in there to make it clear where the one stopped and the next started. Let's see, we're going to drop those. The problem with warnings, especially when there's this many of them, is it becomes hard to tell where the new warnings are. So we'll have a hard time saying, hey, this is something new that's going to cause a problem. Oh, we lost a message here. Let's do this again. I think we'll have to start over with a little bit more context. I'm going to give it 6 lines instead. Try that. That's what's going on here. We're losing context. Okay. We're going to at least have that first one. And then we'll get rid of all this because we've done it now. All right. Now let's just search for dash dash because that tells us we cut off and we're into a new section. I'm actually going to put triple ticks here, just to be clear that this is a new section, and we'll do that at the top too. That way these are nice and formatted. Well, maybe not nice, but they are formatted at least as logs. All right, let's find again for dash dash dash. Here we are. Still not enough context for this one. How many more we got? Oh, come back. Yeah, we're losing a couple more. Let's just double it to an even dozen and see if that's enough for us to figure out what's happening here. Looks like we're close anyway. Just the 2. So if we just check the 2 after this next build, we should be okay. So by changing this A parameter, it's the after context. So when you see the word warning, tell me 12 lines after. And that will be our hint that we need to investigate what's going on here. So once again, we're going to search for A, for dash dash. We're going to have that line at the top. And then delete until here. And then scroll until our next dash. We're going to, this is not quite where you can read it, I apologize. We're going to drop all this info from here down to here. There's a lot of warnings in here. Okay. We don't need a warning count. It's not actually helpful. This is worrying me here that it dropped some more warnings. I'm just going to put a dot, 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 and we'll figure that out later. Because we still have even more context there that we got lost. Unless that's actually not a warning. Method handler of pull down should be tagged with override since it overrides something. Oh, this is info. Info in this. Unlikely argument for equals. String seems unrelated to main type. Well, that's a bug. That's just plain old bug. We're going to leave that in there. That's just wrong. I'm going to put a note in here that some of these warnings would this work? Love the confidence. All right, what's next? We're going to just go ahead and elide this section here. Looks like just one for that one. That is encouraging. Oops, new line. I was probably saying something a minute ago and I just lost track of what it was. Just kind of trailed off there. Oh boy, auto-generated catch blocks. That is how you know we're... this is real production code. It's occasionally amazing that things work as well as they do. Let's see, this is all just little warnings, like the version of Java. Not matching what we expect. That's another note we gotta write. Let's see here, what's the next one? There we are. Here down to here. Did we already make a note for that? Test with Java 11. This is a pull request. Let's go look at the issues. Support for Java. I'm going to grab the actual line here. You can't read that anymore. It would be a good idea to test with Java 11 to at least. All right, we will link this from the one that we're about to file. Let's see, down to here. Oh. Probably need to break this up more than this now that I think about it, because this is Thousands of warnings. We need to find some way to suppress this. Warning fatigue. That's what we were talking about, right? So I learned this from a developer I used to work with, that when you are a pilot, or when you're looking over an aircraft as a pilot or as a mechanic, I'm not really sure what his role was in that. Test is causes Eclipse oxygen to fail to load. Oxygen is pretty old at this point, so that doesn't matter. Anyway, warning fatigue. You have too many warnings, people just ignore them. If you've got one or two warnings, it's okay to say, okay, I know what these two things are. We can deal with them. We've got almost 6,000 lines of warnings here. There's no chance that developers are going through this and checking it on a regular basis and saying, oh, it looks like I added a new warning. We should deal with that. We should fix whatever problem it was that was caused there. There's no way people are going back and picking that up. Right, so let's copy all this. We'll stick it in the browser here. Okay, let's make sure this at least previews vaguely nicely. Specifically the first and the last one, to make sure we've got matching sets. I can't do what I'm typing anymore because I'm several words ahead here. So, no hand typing. Oh, see, and there we go. I got a typo. All right. For classes of warnings we don't intend to fix, it might be nice to disable the warning rather than attempt to fix it. And then let's link the new whiny ticket about, hey, we should. Where did I put that? About this. Oh, here it is. Huh. All right, we're going to put this here. Okay. Commit is too long. Comment is too long. Maximum is 65,000 characters. Holy crap. What do we got here? Can I get a word count from Get It? We got 5,000 characters, probably more than a character per line. Can I get a word letter count, character count? View, new, tools, document statistics. It's half a megabyte. Okay, can we just grab the first 5,000? I don't even know what to do here. This is kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know what to do here. Where do you draw the line? So what do we say? It was half a megabyte for 5,000 lines. If we just evenly divided about 100 characters per line, we're allowed to have 65,000 characters. And let's go to about 600 lines and just say, all right, that's enough here. Let's see if I can take that much. Okay, and we'll select from here down to here, paste. Okay, that's good enough for this right now. We'll go back and and deal with this later. I hope I got that roughly right. My math might not be right there. But we're close enough we could create a ticket here. So we've got builds working. Let's push a commit. 3 people still hanging on here. Paying attention to this crap, huh? Good for you, I guess, or something. We'll make a pull request as soon as it finishes here. Jeez, this is big. I hate that we've got all these jars checked in. All right, so before we got on here, I answered a question on the mailing list about, oh, hey, there it is. Oh, just had to wait just a moment longer. About Java 8 support. Java 17 is kind of tricky for us to add language support for without dropping support for running on Java 8. And that was one of the main things I had to get done before we move on here is answer that discussion. There's some separate pull requests we got to get over. Maybe we can go check those out soon. And then I was looking at JS enum from GWT 2 as the next thing to look at. The other thing that was discussed, Pasindu, oh, I'm saying that properly, was asking about, hey, can we have a quick example, a quick video demo of Dimitri, Trouble Reel, the GWT 3 annotations he's written to say how would you build a library in Jackal and get it exported. There are some sharp edges on that are mostly due to how Clojure library works. Clojure compiler works. Exporting symbols doesn't work as nicely as we might expect. So I'm probably going to do that next, since it's nice to reward the new. I guess it's, where is it for you guys? Over there? Yeah, new followers. And make sure that we keep the details here important for them. But I really would like to switch back to GWT 2 and focus on continuing to improve that while we improve Jackal and while we get that ready. Okay, so update. But for what it's worth, Pasindu, if you take a look at GWT 2, you may already find all the features you need to build a library. And in fact, that's one of the things I work on when I'm not streaming code. There's a large project which is source available but not actually open source, called Deephaven, and I work on the JS API there to read gRPC data, basically arrow light buffers, and turn it into nice streaming data in the UI. And there's a React library that's built on top of this JS API. But it's very much written as if it's JavaScript in Java, so it's not really a great look. But I do have another project that says, hey, here's some actual Java code. Let's use it to build some cool JavaScript libraries. Okay, what was I saying here? Update project, be buildable from Maven. We need to reference the pull request that we are stealing from. They are in this list over here. If Gitter would update, thank you. We got 418. Okay, so that's my proposal for how we do this. I'm gonna go ahead and put this in the Gitter chat. let's give up on this. This is boring. This is no fun. We have finished eating our vegetables, which is all this junk here. Let's switch to dessert, which for the time being is going to be... Oh, I guess I should write a note about this. Okay. Yeah, let's get rid of this. And go work on something else. So shall we start with, say, a new project? I made something a long time ago. Let me just get the open window over here. If I can find it. It was some offline database setup. Basically, I took CQ Engine, which is a GitHub. Is this it here? CQ Engine? Just try searching for CQ. There we go. CQ Engine. I took CQ Engine and I made it work in the browser. This is a Java query engine. And we said, okay, how can we make this runnable in the browser and allow queries, live queries, without hitting the server? And the basic setup that I made, let's see if I can remember what this was called. I used some traffic data as a quick idea for how we can do this. I did this about 5 years ago. So we got to find something that hasn't been touched since like 2017. That's definitely not old enough yet. WorkerDB, here we go. This is the project. It has a CQ Engine project, which might have some supersource in it. Yeah, I did supersource to add concurrent collections, which they require. And then I also hacked on a couple of their classes to say, let's remove some Java features that we don't want. This might be a little more messing around than we want to do right now. Let's try something simpler and dumber to get the idea across more simply. Let me see. I would also love to go to the Jackal Maven plugin and write some explicit docs for this. So when we get this finished, this discussion here finished, where's the source directory? Do I not have one? Is it in here? Site. Here we go. So I do have a couple of proposed documentation for how to... let's see, we don't have a FAQ at all doing anything yet, so we got to work on that. Nothing in there. This is how to use it, that's fine. Yeah, these are just to-dos to say, here's some articles you could write. So we'll just make another one here. So we'll say this is to make an example of how to produce a JS library with this plugin. Okay. For the moment then, let's start by making one of these archetypes, or start by using the archetype to make a simple project which has no server except to serve the content that we're going to try and test out. The README has this little line here we can run in a new command. Let's go back over here, get a browser, an IDE, or sorry, a terminal you can read, switch into my workspace directory, J2CL library example. We'll paste that archetype creator here, and we'll follow the directions to say, here's what I'm making. So what's the module going to be? It's going to be some boring little thing like this. Group ID is going to be example artifact ID. I hope library didn't, or module didn't need to be a class name or something. Sure, we'll call it 1.0 snapshot package. Yeah, let's go for it. This will probably build. Nope, the class name is all wrong. Okay, so let's open this up in an IDE. Well, let's rename this first and fix it. So first things first, we have a native JS here. A native JS file is some specific JavaScript that will be concatenated to the end of the generated JavaScript for this class. Almost certainly we're not going to use this. When you write an application, you have to say, okay, here's all the code for the application, because in Java, right, we have mains. The main needs to say, here is the starting point for your whole program. Enter here, run a bunch of stuff. Great. Program's off and running, it can do its own thing now. For a library, typically, we just expose some classes, methods, fields, things like that, and then external users will call those. So we don't need to start things off except to say, hey, make sure that we attach this somewhere that somebody else can see it. So I'm actually not going to move this. I'm going to remove it, and we won't have that at all. Which means when you build this, we're going to end up with a whole lot of nothing. Let's not what I meant. All right, wrong directory. Source, test. Yeah, we got to fix this one too. Library test.java. It still won't build, but at least we'll be a little bit closer now. Yeah, library example. Okay, so let's make this small enough so it's actually readable. That's the wrong project. Let's put this one over there. It's figuring out what we've got. It's about to whine and say, hey, your class names are terrible. Have you tried not being a moron? And we will indeed try not to be a moron. We endeavor every day. There we go. We're not going to have an on-module load, but we are going to have some methods and junk. We'll get to that in a minute. Let's fix the test next, because that is also hot garbage in several ways. All right, and then we'll put its own class name up here, because that's the way tests presently run. We're just not going to write something yet. Test. Okay, so it's already got DOM code. Typically a JavaScript library, especially one that's going to take existing Java and try to bundle it up, which is what I interpreted Pacindo to be saying that he wanted to do, is not going to be focused on the DOM primarily. It's going to be, here's an API you can integrate with and do things. So we don't need DOM, but we do likely need core to say, here is how we... here's how you talk about a JavaScript object directly. Every once in a while, you might have to dip into, okay, so this is JavaScript because we don't actually know how to cross the boundary from someone calling into us and say, okay, well, this is a number, which means it's always a double, that kind of a thing. So we may have to do some processing, so we'll add that here. Base is a tool that gives us lots of, here's how you would do things that are easy to do in JavaScript, but don't really make sense in Java. We may or may not need that. JS, we need this annotation for tests, or emulation of our tests. We don't need the GUID emulation. I don't know what you are whining about. We'll figure that out later. We will keep Jetty around for now. This is typically not what you do, to have your server code in the same project as your client code, but when we're writing just a library, it'll make sense, because now we can have an application that says, hey, go grab this library here. And then we can have a follow-up script tag that says use the library. So let's make up a library. Let's say we've got some kind of JavaScript namespace, which we'll call like example dot, I don't know, factory. And we'll assign that to something. We'll call a method on it. Let's make a constructor for something too. Helpful class, which will take thing as an argument. And then we'll assign it to a variable and say instance dot, I don't know, do more fun things. Okay, so obviously we're going to have to build all these things out as we go and make them make sense. Oh, I don't know. Let's make them take an object. Do more fun things. That'll take an object as an argument with foo are as false. You know, JavaScript things. Just stringing together things and hope that types make sense to somebody else. Sure, let's stick with that. That looks okay. And then I guess we'll log to say didn't break. Because the first time we run this, this isn't going to exist. Nothing will exist with that name, so things will just blow up, and we will fail before we get to this point. So we need to talk about a couple of things and how we map our Java to our JavaScript, or vice versa, and say, hey, this now is available and it means something. In GWT 2, we have already the concerns of how do these things map back and forth. In Jackal, we have the additional concerns of we need to actually export this and make it available to the user. So factory is going to be a fun one. How do we get a field? That may not work. I'm going to go ahead and remove that for now. We'll just, we'll duplicate that line and we'll say, ideally we'd like this, but for the time being, it's going to be a whole lot easier to do it this way. So inside of example library as a namespace, and you could make this lowercase, you could put more dots in it, whatever. Not really what we're going to talk about right now. We're going to say that all the things in our library have that example library as their package. So we could, first of all, say, let's see, helpful class. Let's make that one first. All right, we got a class here called helpful class. It is a JS type. So by putting this annotation on it, it means this is now a thing that needs to follow certain rules. All of its public members need to be roughly compatible with JavaScript. They need to make sense when they're exported to JavaScript, so you can't have method overloads, or you can only have one constructor, stuff like that. If you add JS type to a class, it effectively adds an annotation to every single one of its public members, either JS constructor, JS property, or JS method. We need to give it a namespace, though, because otherwise its namespace will become example. So by default, this will show up as, where am I going? Here. This will show up as com.example.helpful class, which we're down here. Which is fine. You know, you can do this. We can say new helpful class, but we would like it to be example library. For some reason, that's just the example we made up. So instead, we need to change its namespace, I think. We're going to find out if I'm wrong about that. That's what you would do in GWT 2. We would do this. It might be that we have to change the name instead. We're going to see where this goes here. So we've got this helpful class. It needs to have a constructor. Fun fact, if you don't provide a constructor in Java, of course you already get a constructor. Likewise in JavaScript, if you don't provide a constructor, you already get one. If you call a constructor in Java that takes 0 arguments and you pass an argument, Java says, you're crazy, don't do that. If you do that in JavaScript, it just throws away the argument. So that's going to be weird if that happens. So let's make an argument that takes this thing here, and then we'll go back and we'll see if we can build this thing later on. Let's comment this out for now, though. We'll come back to that. Let's just focus on the class, because as Java developers, we think mostly in classes. So we've got an instance, of this example library helpful class. We have created this thing here, and now we want to say Jackal run, Jackal watch. Yeah, so the compiler that runs when you do Jackal watch will just grab each of your files and turn them into broken JavaScript. What did I do, dumb? Package elemental DOM does not exist. Oh, I'm still importing things that I shouldn't be importing. I guess we kind of want DOM global. Nah, we don't. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. All right, it just recompiled that fast and figured out, okay, so this is what you actually meant. So now somewhere in here we have this output. It did not actually do any compiling other than just turn the JavaScript into Java as fast as it can. And in this file here will be our helpful class. Yeah, this is the one we care about here. Class helpful class extends Java lang object. And it will have a constructor automatically. Never mind how it wrote this out. This is just details we have to do to get source maps to work properly. And almost certainly put it in a sort of a helpful namespace. Yeah, it looks like example library helpful class is where that'll live. Jackal library still lives in com example. We're not going to use that right now. It'll also have mangled names. If you take a look in here, you'll see that its constructor is protected. Interesting that it made it protected. I wasn't expecting that. Oh, right. Yes, because it expects you to use factory methods instead. This is how it gets around the Java classes can have many constructors, JavaScript classes can only have one. All of your Java constructors are converted to factory methods, unless you're a JS type, in which case you get exactly one constructor. And that will make more sense in Java. Okay, so let's open a new terminal and just start serving this content. We do have the Jetty command we can run. I want to make the point, though, that this is really just, http.serve. This is really just raw HTML. I might not have an HTML file copied. We're going to do the cheaty thing and just put it in there. You can test this however you would test any JavaScript file. So we're going to go to localhost 8000. Then go into target here, and then it grabbed our HTML file. We're going to get a log, which is going to say uncaught. Example library is not defined. Okay, so what is defined exactly? Nothing. Not much of anything is defined because we have to export this. We have to say, hey, actually, this isn't good enough just to live in the little microcosm of our running program. This needs to be made available to external stuff here. And this is where the WIT3 processors comes in. These are a set of annotations and an annotation processor that lets you say, among other things, we're going to ignore most of those, hey, please export this as WIT3. So I believe we can put this on the whole class, and then now you can say, hey, here's the whole thing I want to have exported. Please make sure it works. So let's go find the version we need. We need the annotations. We need the processors. We'll modify our POM to reference this. Oops, did I do that wrong? Processors. Did I get the wrong one? Am I backward? No, I am not. So we got annotations and we got processors, but the processors are going to be scope provided. That's how Maven rolls. Oh, that's the wrong thing to stop. Let's go to this one instead. So when we change our class path, Maven doesn't naturally have the ability to notice a class path change like that. So we have to stop our command and rerun it again. And now it's going to go fetch those things and make sure that they build. It's going to generate some code as it goes and then say, okay, I'm done. Everything's finished. We don't have any generated code yet because I haven't yet used the new annotation. I'm going to make sure I'm going to make sure IntelliJ knows about the new jar. Then we'll go find our helpful class and we'll stick a WIT3 export on it, which it has not figured out yet. There we go, WIT3 export. And then I hit save, and the compiler says, oh yeah, okay, that's all good. Still not working. Okay, so it's possible I need to put this on each thing. That would be irritating. Let's take a look at what JavaScript we're generating out of this. This is where it starts to get a little irritating for a developer who's not already me, because you shouldn't need to muck around in this compiled code to figure out what's going on. But in this case, we do need that. We need to figure out what the latest copy of the transpiled JavaScript was. Is that this one? Nope, it's not that one. Transpiled JS. 1, 2 of them. So it's either this one or it's this one, I hope. Unless I got the annotation wrong. Export symbol helpful class. Okay, so it exported this whole thing as example helpful class. So it did not notice the namespace. Dimitri, if you're around, did I screw up? Or did we just not export namespaces properly? Let's see here. It might be that this is going to turn into a, hey, let's go edit how the tool works. The ability to customize namespace. Hey, cool. In May, this was added. Do you think that commit made it into a release? 05? Yes. Cool. It now can be added to a type. Oh, the namespace goes on the export. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I'm kind of surprised we have to repeat it, but I can get behind that as long as it works. We should have a new output in here now we can take a look at. Let's just do it in the browser. It's better to get used to this anyway. Example or namespace helpful class already declared, and so now it did it twice. Maybe we're not allowed to do the namespace like that. Example library is not defined, but it did find the... No, it didn't. This is in the HTML file itself. So this is the better way to find the file, by the way. Instead of navigating through the caching stuff, if we just go into, here's your project, sources, and you have source maps turned off. I mean, technically I do have source maps here, so it could map back correctly to the real Java file. Export symbol should have grabbed example library helpful class and hooked it up here, but it didn't seem to do that. Possibly because, oh, look at this. There's a helpful class extends helpful class. It added a constructor. What's up with that? Why is there a sub-constructor to the constructor? There is no constructor. Oh, it is... No, there is a constructor. What's up with that? Hang on, I don't understand. The constructor calls the constructor, which means we're calling that twice. That looks scary to me. That's going to be called twice for every instance. Why not just suffice for super? Does this not expect that you use JS type at all? I mean, that might be a thing. All right, now we just have a create method, which will call the actual underlying Java constructor. But this doesn't call the Java constructor, so it doesn't actually hook up the class initializer, for example. Hey, Dimitri, if you're around, ping me. I'm kind of scared by your code. Does it actually work, though? That's sort of the important part. Example library is not defined. It is defined here. Java class is extended by this, but not initialized. This usually happens if you're extending without JS constructor. Okay, so we do need JS type. I don't understand why example library is not defined, but it is defined when I do this. Okay, there we go. We got an instance. What's going on here? New example library helpful class. This should be... Oh, there is a delay happening. Okay, so this takes a moment to load everything because it's going to create a whole bunch of other script tags. That is irritating, and I'm a jerk, and there's got to be some better way to handle this. I think we're just going to move this to like inside the body block. We'll see if that fixes it. That is irritating. That is going to do that. The problem is, if we don't do that, the build gets a whole lot slower. Probably tolerable for this use case, but maybe not in general. Nope, still won't have loaded yet. If we look at the inspector, you can actually see where these other scripts are added. There's one for each of the jars we're going to have. It's going to be would really like it to display the whole URL here, but whatever. It's going to be our library we're making itself. It's going to be Elemental, Elemental Promise, Annotations, JS Interop Base, and then this is the JRE itself. All of those should be injected before this other thing even begins, but that doesn't appear to be the case. That's not what it's actually doing. So let's defer all this. Let's say something like, what do you do? Body on load? On load. Window load event. Sure. Window load. Let's try that. We'll move the whole rest of this thing in here too. So realistically, we need to have a project that will actually start up cleanly. What we're inevitably going to have here, and this is just a headache that we've got to deal with, is that we need to use ES6 modules to load this up. Instead, that will allow us to get this async thing done properly. We don't have that very nicely done right now. So that'll be something we'll have to deal with. The other thing we could do is change it. Instead of using bundle, we could use, instead of using bundled jar, we could use bundle. This is just a different mode of how the compiler works. Bundled jar is a custom thing we introduced. That way we load each of your jars as if it's one JS file. Because it means if you only change something in your application, which is a common example, JDCL library, the compiler doesn't have to rebuild these, and actually the browser can cache these old ones, and it doesn't even need to reparse them. The browser might be smart enough to say, oh yeah, I've seen that file before, we'll just use it again. Which is good, because the JRE is not small. It is 3 megabytes to get the entire JRE that we support. Okay, so it is, let's see what happened here. I think it failed in a new line now. Yep, do more fun things is not a function, because we never defined it as a function. So we need to make a new method here in helpful class. Let's make public string. Sure, we'll make it a string. Number, string. Do more fun things. We won't make an argument for it yet. Oh yeah, we need to return something. Because it says it returns a string, and Java insists on that. And our HTML file, which is not this one, it's this one here. Go ahead and copy it back before I forget. Is going to ignore the response and then just say it didn't break. So we've rebuilt and didn't break. Okay, so it actually did things. Let's make sure it actually got some results back. This is the wrong one again. Didn't break, hello there. Okay, so now we are actually getting from helpful class the hello there and do more fun things out here. Back again to a point about how the browser works and JavaScript works. We passed in an argument which just got completely dropped when it got to us. So really we should be taking some kind of an argument here. Put a comma after that. Now, when you get an object from JavaScript and you say some kind of argument and you refresh it here, it's going to say object, because JavaScript has the best 2 strings of anything. At least in Java, you've got a hash that tells you it's something different. So let's find some way to turn this into. No, we can't rely on having JSON, I don't think. Oh, we can. No, we don't have a reference to it because that's not part of it. Let's just do some string processing, I guess. And we'll say this is a JS object. So now we can say things like, whoops. We can say things like some kind of argument dot get our keys, right? Object dot. Wish I could type. Yeah, there we go. Some kind of argument. And we can iterate over those keys or something. Can I iterate over that? Not easily. What about I make it into a list? Now can I iterate over that? Yeah, I can. Okay. Key. And then we'll say... nope. Let's do this. ToReturn equals hello there, comma space, ToReturn plus equals key plus equals plus some kind of argument dot get, yes? Okay, so JS object, even though in JavaScript you're allowed to just call things on it, just tack, oh, hey, there's a toJSON. No way. There's no way that works. There's no way that works. What do you bet? Is this going to work? I mean, it's declared. Yeah, no. toJSON is not a function. Why is it part of the JS object spec? Who knows? I'm guessing there's enough objects that have a toJSON that sometimes works. Anyway, JS object is really just a, hey, I'm an object and I've got some funny helpful helper methods, but it's actually not very helpful in this case. What we really want is going to be something like a JS property map of any. So JS property map is already like an object that has getters on it and can grab things, and you can make new ones by saying, hey, here's a bunch of keys and junk, but it's really just a bag of stuff. And we're going to further clarify that it's only stuff by using this any. And any is just this vague, I can be anything. I abstracts the any type in the type system. It could be all kinds of things, and it has some utilities to say, I'd like to treat it as a byte, or a char, or a short, or an int. And if you call one of these and it's not that, it's going to blow up. So basically, you're going to have to assert that these are the right things. So we're going to say some kind of argument dot get key dot as string. Okay, so this is definitely going to blow up. We are saying every single entry in this thing is supposed to be a string. This is a very type-safe way to say, hey, well, I don't know what you're giving me, but I expect it to be an object with string keys and string values. And if you recall, we have a string key, and then we have a string value, and then a Boolean value. So this is not gonna fly. And uncaught assertion error, class cast exception, because we can't turn your Boolean into a string. So let's be a little more flexible in our code here and just say, I don't know, toString, and just concatenate it like that. Technically, the toString isn't necessary. By virtue of concatenating it, it'll already turn into a string, except for nulls. And now we go, didn't break hello there. Oh, because I forgot to change the return statement to be to return. Okay, rebuild, refresh. Didn't break hello there, foobar as false. Okay, so I guess we should put some other junk at the end of it here. No, other way around. That's less bad. That's actually readable, so it actually did a thing. So our JavaScript is logging this, and our Java is generating this out of the junk we're passing to it. And if we in turn change the, let me just close some of these up because they're never going to be helpful to us. If I change this to be something else instead, like a number, and then refresh this, we're going to get our number appearing there instead. So ta-da, we have an exported class that does some stuff. Let's try and keep going, because this hasn't gone terribly wrong yet. So naturally we should double down. Let's get rid of this line because it's not going to be actually very helpful. Let's try and make a factory thing and see if we can break Dimitri's toys that way. So example library make thing. We're going to make some new class like factory for library. I'm not focusing on naming because that's not what this tutorial is about. So we're going to export. What arguments do we have here? Namespace. Oh, we don't want to export the whole thing. We just want to export the make function, remember? Yeah. Okay. So we want to make a public static. It's got to be static because it's just a plain method exposed directly on this namespace thing here. So we're going to try and say, here we are. We're going to try and say it's going to return some kind of an object. We'll figure out what it is later. It's going to be a make call. What does it need to return? It needs to take a string and return a thing. Arg. So for the moment, we'll just have it return arg, just to reflect it back out to us. And let's copy this into here because I don't have any automation that does that. So it should take the string thing and immediately return it again and then call go on it, which will of course break because a string doesn't have a go method on it. Example library.make is not a function. Oh, you know what we forgot? We forgot to export it. I was just saying how we need to make sure to put it there. Like that. And then we need to put a namespace on it. Oops. Okay. What do you think? Com example factory for library is already declared. And it also says example library is not defined. Once we got to here. Oops. So it looks like it somehow is declaring it twice. I don't quite understand what's up with that. That is not going to help. Could you get like this to make sense? There we go. How about we pause when we hit the exception so that I can actually see it blow up. And go up the call stack here. It does it twice. Huh? Factory for library, factory for library. It looks like it's doing it only once. When it actually loads the module, it evaluates it. Example factory for library. This is just the interface class. I'm sorry, I'm rambling, but I don't understand what's happening yet. What is the sibling for this look like? It made a new type called factory for library. Okay, so even though I don't use it, it created a new type for it. And it looks like it did not respect the namespace just for that static call. That's a little irritating. Can we make a top level like this? Just call it example library. Example library is failing on make, so at least we were able to parse this time and made our JavaScript make sense. Example library doesn't seem to have a make. We've got factory for library. Oh, we need to say that that is our name, actually. Our namespace has got to be like link. Oops. Is that allowed? The annotation processor didn't blow up. This didn't blow up. Something didn't work, though, because we never got our log call at the end. Here we go. Thing.go failed now. Okay, so that is totally expected, because thing is a string called thing. So just to recap, what we did here is we said the namespace is nothing, because it's the top-level namespace. This is specific to this annotation here. This is not going to work when you do things with JS type. The way JS type should work is something like namespace equals, and then you can either say jspackage.global to say it's top level, or you can use the magic window. And this is sort of secret. It may not work in Jackal. I don't write a lot of Jackal yet for general JavaScript stuff to know the answer to that question. Okay, so now we need to return something else that has a go method. So we'll make some private static class foo. And the reason I'm making it private is that I don't want this to, I want this obviously to not be a JavaScript class. This is just a plain Java class. But I'm hoping that we can export just a single method on it. So let's make a quit3 export. I don't think I need to put anything else on it except to say public void go. And I don't think go needs to do anything. Someone's unhappy. This contains class that contains method annotation with this must be top level. Okay, so it really wants to be top level. All right, so let's do move to an upper type. That's interesting because all I want to do is export. It's interesting that I have to. Why are you not rebuilding? Did you rebuild that fast and I'm just missing it? I can't tell. So we're going to force it to do it again. Yeah, okay, it's failing. Must be public class that contains method annotated with blah. Yeah, okay. I wonder why that's true, because again, if I want to have a private class, it's okay to do that. It just has members you can't use for whatever reason. Which is silly, but it's a thing. All right, name is already declared. We are getting mad at foo. Something else has got the name foo. And that is probably foo-impl itself. Yep, right here. We've already squatted on that name. We already exported a symbol with that name. And then it separately exported this. The thing is, I don't want to export the whole type. I only want the method to be exported. I'm sorry, I was putting that where you couldn't see it. It is separately exporting foo and foo's go method. And it's actually finding the obfuscated method here. Because what I should do, if I was a nice person, is say that this is a JS method. Because we really want the compiler to look at this and say, okay, is this an appropriate way to make a method for export? So I think we have to put a JS type on this, as currently written. Nope, still doesn't like it. Still thinks something else already has that name. Do I need to put a different namespace on it? Let's look at the examples real quick, because maybe I haven't understood what's going on here. I'm guessing Dimitri still isn't here. The examples seem to show putting these just on members. I don't understand why I would export the whole class in that case, but there's probably a good reason for that I just don't understand yet. And then there's these other features too. Let's look at the tests, what the tests are doing for these kinds of cases. We don't have tests in here. Oh, they're over here. So exports, what kind of example tests do we have? Okay, just a plain one here where we export this stuff. Apparently this works. Just sticking these on its static members. I wonder if changing to production.js would fix this. It's possible that it doesn't work with the hey, just load everything as fast as possible. So let's optimize it instead. So now this is taking our multiple megabytes of the JRE and our tiny little bit of code and saying, okay, so what are you actually using here? You're using string, you're using not a lot else. So we don't need linked list and array list and hash map and linked hash map. We just need your actual code. And unfortunately, it ran the tests first, which it optimized. So we'll see what we get here. All right, here we go. So here is our finished compiled JavaScript library. Obfuscated, all those good things. Everything baked into it in one go. Let's reformat this so I can read it. What's the keystroke for this? What did I do wrong? Did not find anything to report. Yeah. I want to make it pretty, not tell me what it should look like. Code. Reformat code. There we go. So there's a lot more than you might expect. A lot of these are polyfills, though. The polyfills get picked up to make sure that no matter how you run this, it's going to work. You could turn that off. Here's some checks for calling getClass on JavaScript types like double, or Java type like double, capital B Boolean, string. We have to say, okay, so if it's already a plain Java type, we have to figure out what to do with it. And that's because we're calling toString on some stuff. So we have to get that correct. So class cast exceptions are needed. There are flags you can set to say, actually, remove all class cast exceptions. It'll make your code slightly faster. It'll also make your code, in some cases, wrong. So take care with that. Apparently, I'm using a collection. Oh, right, because I did as list. As list means we need the list interface and probably array list, because I'm guessing that's the implementation it uses. String builder, because I can't guess right now. It could be that it's automatically converting my plus equals into something else. Here we go. Hello there is our first string. Turns a C is the Boolean false. We did the keys operation. I don't know what this is. It's doing some plus equals here to concatenate strings. So that is at least not a string builder, but there could be a string builder inside of something else. It's hard to tell right away what it is. It could be that the list itself uses a string builder if you call toString on it. And maybe it can't detect that I didn't call that there. Okay, so now it's going to say, hey, z.prototypeg is this thing, and we've got this helpful class that we're going to export like this, and export that, and foo, and go. Okay, so probably that's going to be happier. I did something dumb, probably because I didn't hit continue yet. Okay, it's still failing. The thing that make returned is still the string thing. Oh, because I never actually modified the code to do that. So our factory here, instead of returning arg, needs to return new foo. And now I don't have watch mode running, so I have to recompile. Let's skip the tests because I'm not really interested in that. So optimize takes quite a bit longer, which is why we don't run it when we're building. We're working on making this faster. It would be unfortunate if the Jackal, the GWT3 export required you to always do optimized code. But that's something we can probably iterate on. Okay, so thing is now a plain object. It has no go method. The go method was not apparently exported correctly because we didn't get it. So what did I do wrong here? Foo should have a go method. It's marked as export. In our JavaScript, let's find where that go method went. Y prototype G. So here's Y. Y has a G method, which does nothing. Did I goof in how I returned it? Here's the new y, so example library.make, which is what we're calling. It should return a new y, and y should have a g attached to it. And that g should be re-exported as go. So what happened? Let's try. So it has a g method, but the export did not grab the method properly. So whatever this L thing is, it didn't work. Let's put a debugger here. So we might need some debugging here to get this basic part working. Typically, if you just have your plain class, that's going to be easier to work with. Here we go. All right, so it's going to split A into pieces. Example, prototype foo. EA is our existing global where we're exporting stuff already. Example, library is there and com is there. Then we're going to go ahead and push whatever this G is in there out to that place. But we didn't actually export the foo type there, so it can't do that. I don't know if this is the correct way to export that. I can see how to fix it, though, and that is that we just need to put 3 export on this. Because foo doesn't exist in that namespace, so naturally exporting the whole prototype there won't help. So we need some guardrails on this, and we need some more people to use it to let us know how this is working. I can tell you that these things should be working without the GWT3 export piece in GWT2, because GWT2 doesn't worry about other external JavaScript. It is only how do I get your Java to you. Okay, so here's thing failing again. What do you have on your prototype that I can call? As G, it does not have our go method, but this does have our go method. So I can do that. True. Okay, thing instance of com.example.foo. Oh, instance of. False. Okay, so the constructor didn't get put together properly in the way we expected. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to need to work on this some more too. I'm going to still keep this video around just in case it's interesting for other people, but we are going to want to replace this at some point with a better example. What's happening here is that, how do we get source maps? How do we get source maps? What's the easiest way to do this? Probably to just delete, just do a clean, and then I can browse here to show what's happening under the hood. What's happening here is that it's subclassing our foo type. And instead of exporting the original one, it's exporting the new one. And but the Java code is returning the original one, which doesn't have the exported types on it. So we're gonna have to find a different way to do this. Yeah, sorry, that's not the answer you were looking for. Sindu, but it is what I've got for you right now. Let's take a look at what it generated, and I can explain it in more concrete terms. Here's our transpiled.js, where we have foo. And foo itself is a class. Foo has a constructor, which means you can say instance of on it. And then foo has a go. Something in our factory code is going to create a new foo, and it's going to create that by calling foo's regular constructor. The problem is over here in foo, it also has a subclass called underscore foo. And the subclass is what's getting exported. And that means that any instance of the regular foo is not automatically an instance of this. So I need to understand why it is that this exists here and how we can make all other Java code correctly call this, or find a way to get rid of this. Goog.export symbol is the basic way of saying, hey, here's a thing, it's at this package that it's going to need to exist here. Common example foo, that's the namespace we're going to use. And then by exporting prototypes onto here, that would make it work properly. What we ideally want is this. That would be ideal. There's some reason that Dimitri elected not to do that. And without understanding that, I can't give a fix. And just so you can see, this is the code that the annotation processor emitted. This native.js, we talked about native.js files at the beginning. And here's the class that it ended up generating. So I'm not going to dig into this because I'm not an expert as much as he is here to build our way up to use cases and understanding what's happening there. I am going to grab a quick drink of water, and then I'm going to switch gears to either examining the JS enum type, so we can see about adding it to GWT2. Could switch over to making Elemental a little easier for us to extend in our own projects. Those are my main ideas right now, but I will accept suggestions from chat when I'm back in just a couple minutes. Here's a JS interop generator discussion that I've written up so far. This would unfortunately be more of me reading and writing my own content rather than actually writing code here. JS enum, though, we can take a quick look at the Jackal codebase itself. If I can find it. J2CL, it's one of the shortest names in the list. There it is. I guess I gotta wait until it updates. So when it reads the JS enum, it's going to do some various things in Jackal, and we're talking about backporting this to GWT2. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful to get you information right away. I think that if you can achieve what you're trying to do in GWT2, we can get you off the ground very quickly, because that's tried and true. I have a project that I can show you on GitHub where I'm doing exactly that. This is Deep Haven. I've made a whole bunch of types like this JS table. It's got tons and tons of logic in it, and I've got these JS property or JS enums, which describe this type here as the contract. That way it makes sense in the JavaScript world. Because in order to expose Java to JavaScript, you have to actually understand the JavaScript side, what that would mean, no overloaded methods, etc. And then it will take care of all the management to say, how do I turn it into something the JavaScript world will like, while still managing correctly the state of all the Java stuff. So in your case, your library will start with your plain Java, and you'll have some metaphors that make sense for JavaScript. And that's going to be this glue layer you're going to make, which will be using JS types. And then ideally, you just take all of that glue and all of your existing code, compile it in one big glob, and pass it off to a JavaScript developer. We built a custom linker in here, a GWT linker, just because GWT assumes it's loaded into a web page to edit the DOM and do things like that. If I can find it real quick, you might find it helpful. Here we go. So this is based off the D8 linker that GWT provides, and basically it just wraps everything up in a function. It has to declare a couple of specific a couple of specific variables that GWT expects to be able to find, like window. and then it has to call a specific method to say, hey, it's time to start the program. You won't have anything called by that since you won't have a non-module load. And then right now it outputs to a single file, so there's no automatic caching for this. We're assuming that whoever your downstream consumer is of this file will figure out their caching for themselves. Very soon, Ahmed and I are going to do some discussion here and some blog posts and such about how to add TypeScript support to things like this and how to make this work with ES6. He's already got the pull request made to Deephaven for how to make this work in ES6. We're going to generalize that for some more broad discussion. And then we're also going to make an annotation processor that will find all of your annotations in your Java classes and generate TypeScript type definitions so that TypeScript developers can consume classes like this easily. Okay, I'll be back in a few minutes. I'm just going to put up the Rewrite back screen, and then we'll pick up something else here to continue with. Yeah, I'm just going to turn that off. All right, no requests, so I'd rather work with JSEnum and get that to work. Let's look in this project real quick. What JSEnum is and does, and all those good things. As long as I'm here. That's a little hard to read, isn't it? Can I make that bigger? Why did my... Oh, no? Yeah, okay. We gotta change this, I guess. Is that readable? It's kind of readable. JSEnum marks a Java enum as being represented as a closure enum, either one that already exists from the external JavaScript environment or one that will be accessible from the external JavaScript environment. So in other words, we can make one ourselves in Java that you can use in JavaScript, or we can make one in Java that will reference things that are sort of shaped like this enum in JavaScript. The underlying type of the closure enum can be specified by a has custom value, and declaring an instance field named value of the desired type. Okay. The underlying type of it can be specified using has custom value. That must have changed since the initial implementation. If the enum is non-native and has custom values, a constructor is required to allow specifying the values for the enum constants as in the following example. It's non-native. Okay, so what the compiler is going to do here is say, this has some namespace. Here's the name it's going to be in the namespace, and then it's going to have a value called 10, which equals this, and 20, which equals this. It's going to use the type to define the type of this field. So it's going to be int 10, 10, int 20, 20. So let's make a quick scratch here to just show what the generated JavaScript will be out of that. Scratch file. And we'll split it. So this doesn't have a namespace, so we're going to assume it's going to be something like example int JS enum, right? And roughly, that is going to have do I say property? What do I say for this? Property int number, because it's JavaScript, right? We don't have ints in JavaScript. Example int JS enum dot 10 equals 10. So it reads the type from here, converts it into whatever TypeScript can use, or sorry, JavaScript can use, makes a field with that name, and then assigns the value. So this just makes sure that all those pieces are wired up properly. If the JS type is native and has custom values, the value field is still required, but constructors are not needed nor allowed. So what that means is if we start with existing code that looks like this, say someone else provided this in their own project, except it wouldn't look like that. It would look like my package dot type. No, it's not equal, it's colon, sorry. So this is a terrible, terrible, terrible example of mixing types in here. We shouldn't do this first of all. But this will enable us to now have we have to declare it as native, right? Now we say it's a native one and it has custom values. The value field is still required, but constructors are not needed nor allowed. So we can now have a object and just say, I don't even know what the objects are going to be. But we have foo and bar. So now we can declare our enums. We can declare the type. If these are both, say, dates. So new date. This is a terrible example, but it could happen. Now we can say is the value, JS date is the value. I don't know how you're going to declare it. It must just be private and not have a underlying value attached to it. I think these have to be final, though. We'll see. Okay, JS enums do not support the full Java semantics. This makes sense because this isn't really the same thing as an enum. There's lots of things we can't do. Name and values are not supported. So you can't read the name of this because you might get an instance. If someone passes you in JavaScript. If they call my method with my package.type.foo, inside my function, my method, all I get is object, which at this moment will be the new date that we had up here for foo. There will be no way to access the string that was used to reference that. I'm just going to use these quotes to say, here's what the value is. That's going to represent the value, because there will be no string foo to know what that is. So we can't use name in those cases. Values is the static method to say, tell me about all the possible values. Because again, when you call on type, we don't know what the other types are, I guess. I mean, we do in here. We know what all the ones should be. Anyway, implementation detail. We'll have to keep track of it. Maybe that's the other way around, going out to Java. When we make a native one, you can't do that. I have to think about that some more. The class initialization might be delayed until a static final method is accessed. That probably only applies to static fields, but we'll get to that point. The JavaScript namespace and name can be specified in a manner similar to JS types. By namespace and name respectively, methods and fields declared on JS enum are only accessible in Java code, which makes sense. Only the enum constants are available from JavaScript code. I'm sorry. Methods and fields declared in the JS enum are only available in Java code. And this makes sense too, because if we declare something like this, if your enum has, say, a helper method called foo on it, you obviously can't call foo from JavaScript on the number 10. This annotation is only supported by Jackal. Well, that's what we're here for. We're going to fix it. We're going to try. So let's take a look at Jackal and what it does, and then we'll take a look at the compiler and see if we can find a way to hook that in. Maybe we'll write some tests first, because we're not jerks. But we'll see. Okay, here's GWT itself. Where did I put Jackal? JS enum info. All right, has custom value. If we find who calls that, we can probably figure this out. Support ordinal or... Okay, one of those has got to be true. So one of them's got to be false, in other words. Where is JS enum info going to be referenced? We got some restrictions, we'll check on it. This looks like lots of generated code to me. I don't think this is going to be what we need. Let's see, has a custom value type. If it's not a JS enum, we would return no. Okay, so this is going to build the thing. So I guess we want to trace where this enum info goes when it gets into the part of the code that does the building. There we go. This is optional. If ignore JS enum annotations.get. Temporary hack to be able to reuse bridging logic in Clojure and WebAssembly. Oh boy. So I guess somebody is turning this on into true in Jackal, okay? If background is WebAssembly, we ignore them. Huh. Well, that is quite a temporary hack. Hello, new duck, who is not new. Welcome back. We are building the JS enum feature into GWT, which is, as far as you're concerned, just, you know, JavaScript gobbledygook. But it's going to let us refer to just some static fields on JavaScript objects as if they are Java enum fields, and just make it easier to write some simple code back and forth. Okay, so we're not going to do this. We're not going to ever null out that thing. If it is present, it's going to null it out. Somebody's got to call this. Why do you say nobody ever calls this? I don't think that this understands really what we're after here, that IntelliJ understands how this works. Let's find out who calls this. New duck, remind me, you're just a regular... Oh, cool. Firefox patches. What you working on? What's broken? Firefox has been crashing for me lately, but only when I stream. It just hangs and gets stuck. And I just read a fun thing about how there's a new detail in Firefox where if it fails to allocate memory, it doesn't crash. It deliberately doesn't crash, and instead tries to wait for someone else in the system to run on memory first, and then take the memory back. So in other words, because there's so many processes of Firefox, remote debugging. Oh boy, I want to hear more. Because there's so many processes, there's a good chance you can kill off one of the old processes and get its memory into the main process and keep the whole thing going. Because it's more important to keep the main process going than all the little individual ones. Instance of. Oh boy. Yeah, you can't do enums in instance of. That's not going to work. Well, this is fun to read. Check this out. They made a little truth table in here. Remote debugging issues. Yeah. We had a bug in Firefox that I just never reported. I need to get that done because it's actually causing a problem in Quidcode. There are 3 flavors of JS enum. Chocolate. No, JS enum does not customize the value type. JS enum that customizes the value type, and native enums. So we don't actually customize the value type in a native one. We just are able to point out. So you don't have a value field in the second 2. You do have a constructor if you customize. You do implement comparable. Oh, they didn't mention this in the enum. So this is going to be important to when we build our new implementation here. Like what? Like port you attach to, or are they flags that the debugger should control? So it's interesting they didn't point this out. Can call ordinal. You can call ordinal on those cases here. Okay, so we're going to want to keep track of this. I'm going to go ahead and bookmark this. If I can find the button for bookmarking. Toggle bookmark. Oh, I see. We got to make one for each of the... Oh, whatever. We'll just put this whole thing in a bookmark. Let's actually do a search for this and put it in a find window so we can find it later. Oh, really? Well, that's delightful. Does that affect the debugging experience on the client who's actually doing the debugging? I mean, do you expect that the client will do some branching based on that logic? I mean, this sounds like user agents, which we really don't like. It's better to do, feature detection kinds of junk instead. Let's see if it supports comparable. All right, we already saw that. They'll have a box comparable versus just a box. So there's a box method call. Create a call to enums.boxing method. What is enums? This must be a Jackal specific type. All right, we got some map hooks here. This must be how they declare them, but it shouldn't be a map to declare them. That doesn't make sense. Create map from values, an array containing all the instances of a particular enum type. It's going to make a map and put them in there. What's it going to do with it? All right, I will admit to getting distracted. Let's see what this is used for. This must be for non-native enums. I'm sorry, for non-JS enums. That's what's going on here. A JS enum, box of JS enum that does not support comparable. Boxed light enum. It does not support comparable. It has a box feature here. Yeah, I'm especially curious about the debugging piece there, because I know that that's always irritating for a debugging protocol. Do you have experience with the Chrome debugging protocol? Is it similar, or is it their own thing that they provide? Let's see. Boxed light enum. Is it actually a standard, or is it just everybody makes up their own every time? I mean, I know they can't be bothered to do things like get source maps to actually have variable renaming. I mean, to be fair, it does make sense because in Java you've got scoping issues around variable renaming. Class variables different than instance variables, or you can have them have the same name. Set the constructor properties of the code that relies on it gets the correct underlying constructor. But if it's a native one, why would you imagine you had access to doing things to make them comparable? I don't get that yet. Box is a JS enum that supports compare to an ordinal. Oh, I see. So now it's going to delegate this. So this is the one that is not able to delegate. And all it can do is get the toString. You can't even get the value. Well, you can get the value. It's not public though. There must be some unbox in here that can get the value. Yep, here it is, unbox. So you can grab that. Well, there are different standards, but they do things. Yeah. Sounds about right. It's just straight up. Oh, it's in the namespace. Okay, I thought it was actually they renamed it. Google Reflect. This must be like a weak ref thing going on here. Let's take a look at what's actually in there. Reflect.js. And we're looking for cache. Retrieves a value from a cache given a key. The compiler provides special consideration for this call, such that it is generally side effect free. However, if the function or value function have side effects, then it's considered to have side effects. Okay, well don't do that. Conventionally, storing the value on the cache would be considered a side effect and preclude unused calls from being pruned. Ooh. Even if the value was never used, it would still always be stored in the cache. Dimitri, you around? This might be our service loader problem. That the compiler sometimes decides to keep old properties around that wouldn't be used. So maybe we branch between Jackal and Gwit and use this in Jackal to say, I'm going to stick properties in this cache and only keep them around if they're used. I'm getting distracted. I apologize. This is just I hadn't considered that the compiler might do this on purpose because of side effects on the object itself. It just depends on what else is going to use the object. How is this implemented? Has own property, stored key. Okay, so that's how it's implemented here. That's freaking terrible to just shove things on someone else's constructor. Hash object, stored key. Hey, we're going to switch gears. As much as I would love to get this feature done, that would be an awesome feature to get worked out. Where the hell's my open window? Let's see what we got in here. We've got some old project that we tried to make an example for how to make efficient internationalization. I don't think it's this one. Yeah, here we go. We're going to have to wait for it to figure out what we're doing here. Nuduck, do you stream any stuff like that, talking about work you've done with taking apart debuggers? Because that is exactly the kind of thing I need in my brain and in the background. Doesn't look like recently, I see. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay, so a lot of this is just how does this thing work? I guess my timeout on Slack being noisy has expired. Who is... Let me back out again now that I've replied. So this is not going to even build, unfortunately. We'll just comment this out, I guess. That'll be okay for right now. The idea of all of this was, okay, so backing up, when we have many locales we've got to worry about, right? In GWT 2, we've got all these locales that get junk generated for them. And there's so many of them, and they've all got various constants, and Jackal kind of chokes when it gets tons and tons of these things. It has to parse them all at once, and Jackal just does not do as good of a job as GWT does with parsing tons and tons and tons of code. It much prefers that you chunk it up into smaller pieces and compile each one, and then keep the output around for when you're actually going to build your final output. So the first move is let's break these into separate jars. One jar per locale. So if we've got CLDR, we should have a CLDR for each locale set that you've got. So English in Ireland versus English in the US as the example here. We put some words in there that are going to be different, I guess, in the different countries we're pretending. And then there is a factory to say, you load each of these into your project. So in other words, depend on this, and then depend on each of the locales you intend to use. French in Canada, English in South Africa, just pick up these different locales, put them on your class path, and the factory then is something you can access, or all of your widget code can access, because it's not about your app, it's about the widgets. The widget wants to be able to say things like cldr factory.get, and then I want to be able to, now that I've got that instance, get the string foo. And the string foo is going to be implemented in two different ways. So this is the CLDR data in the factory itself. You see we're in factory here. And there's two different implementations in here. There's one for Ireland and one for the US. And in the US, apparently it's potato, and in Ireland, apparently it's Guinness. Which, okay, I guess, whatever. And I guess bar is also a different number. And we want to make sure that if you are building only for one locale, even though you've got each of these on your class path, it will prune the ones you don't use. That way we can make multiple compilation passes and reduce it down to just the one locale you care about. So hypothetically, something like this. Now, my widget doesn't need to depend on each of the individual locales. It just needs to depend on the factory and say, look, at some point there will be a default that's available to me for whatever language I'm being built with. And it's up to the application to pick which one it is, which one should matter, which one should be used. So the way we went about this is, I guess I wrote some notes here in junk and blah, blah, blah. The way we went about this is that each of the implementations says, I have data, and then I hook that into a provider of some kind. And we were trying to figure out the specifics of how you would figure that out and how to find out what locale you are and things like that. And so there's this CLDR get locale, which will return your specific instance. And then there's native code that will register it with the factory. So over in factory land, remember we had that get call. Here's the get call. The get call is implemented by read whatever the active locale is, system.get property. And this is a hook to the compiler to say, put some constant in here. I don't care what the constant is, but put some constant in here, which will make this get call always call it on a constant, which will make this map lookup here, and that's what we eventually decided on. The map lookup will call get for whatever the key was. And since this always has the same value, the compiler is going to rewrite like it's lowercase en. It's going to rewrite it like this, and then hopefully it's going to say, well, if you only ever access the map with that one value, I'm going to go ahead and prune the Irish locale away entirely. And now we can call locale on the locale provider, get locale, and the get locale is supposed to be, this is a function, I guess, a JS function, which means it must be managed in native JS. Yeah, we're just referencing some call directly. This get locale is on the provider as a static call here. We've got a lot of dead code in here because we were trying to convince the compiler to do the right thing, and it was not having it. We tried an extra safety check in here. That way it would say, oh, well, the key gets put here so you know what the key is going to be so that we can prune this here. And it just wasn't having it. But if we can replace our map with a closure cache. Let's pull that cache up here again. Now we can say, okay, there's a map. Doesn't matter what the map object is. I'm going to use it as a cache. I want you to be sure that only properties on here that I actually use should show up. So the important thing is our value function must not have side effects. That is to say, when you construct a new CLDR data, there must be no side effects from calling this constructor. Trying to commit code is surprisingly complicated. For Firefox, I imagine it's such a huge project. So this is a factory method here. This is the provider function, the value function. Optional keys function. The key provider to determine the cache map key. This should be used if the given key is not a string or a number. If not provided, then the given key is used. The function should be side effect free to take advantage of the optimization. Okay, so how do we make sure these things are side effect free? All right, well, let's get this thing compiling and broken again. I don't even know how I was building this. This is probably an ancient version of the plugin. Yeah, let's kick this up to 20. We were trying language out. We were trying disabling checks to make sure that it just does things as fast as possible. We want optimized code. We want to force optimized code. We want that particular locale that we care about. We are saying my application depends on the factory. And then I've got a profile for dev, which is only English, and then a profile for production, which is both locales. So we're going to say something like, docs say news use one format. Is it for commit message, you mean? Or is it, what do you mean by format? P prod install package. See what we get. This is depending on the factory, but not the widget. So the app itself must have some specific code to say, hey, let's just staple this together real fast. Yep, we alert the CLDR factory get foo, and here's a whole bunch of checks to say what on earth are you doing? Why though? Foo bar baz for externs. Was I just goofing off with externs? Probably. Yeah, okay, so let's just take a look at the output. Okay, so this is the failure mode. G returns both of these. Now, we never called the other method that would give us the number, and so it naturally pruned them from both sides. They're different performance. So naturally it pruned that, but we can pretty quickly, I think, see that, hey, it doesn't actually matter. So we've got b.enus equals function return new f. Great. F is this thing here. Great. We can instantiate this thing here, and then we're good. The problem is E, here goes into this factory method, b.enie equals this. So if you call this, you're going to get that. Fantastic. Set timeout, call b.enus right here. We're going to invoke that. There's this little 0 thing here for some reason. Probably that used to be a class initializer. And then it's going to call the G method on enus. The problem is, if we call enus, we are never referencing this. We are never calling this. Never. There's no way to access this. We always assign it. We never access it. And it's this cute little bit of code that is very, very, very clear about what we're doing here. And it's clearly wrong. This is clearly garbage. This should be better optimized than what we came up with. Okay, so let's see here. So let's try changing our factory hook to instead use Google Reflect Cache. The CLDR factory has a register. It takes a string and a method, which we are going to hope and pray is side effect free. If so, this will all work properly. CLDR cache. Now this is the part where we need the hook for how to call in to do the cache call. We also need to at some point revisit this and figure out how we're going to do it in GWT too, because it needs to work in both cases. Okay, but the point is, if we can get it to work here, we can make it work in both cases, with native code or with CodeGen. We need to import Google Reflect. I don't know how we actually provide that. Okay, we're going to do a Google require Google Reflect. To get this, I bet Dimitri has something I can lean on for this. Okay, stop waving. I bet this all exists somewhere. Okay, so this is the templates. Okay, can we search Maven Central? Are they deployed? Here's your own build of Tyler. I don't think there's enough in here to cover all of Closure Library. Yeah, no. Okay. All right. We'll have to think it through ourselves then, what that looks like to map to this, because these are just some functions. Let's look at JS interop, because I think there is a JS class there that uses Google Reflect. Let's go over to here. Not in here. Reflect construct. Nope, that's not Google Reflect. That is the underlying browser's Reflect construct. Yeah, that's it. Okay. And this is just the annotation. Just for fun, we're just going to make sure there's nothing new in JS interop base in their GitHub. Hang on, what? Oh, that's just part of their switchover. This is pretty old at this point. So let's try making just some native calls for this instead. We'll just delegate out to some native code, and we'll figure it out later. So in the factory itself, factory call is going to be map.get, except we're going to make this just a JS object.create null. That way we can use any keys we want. Okay, now we've got a map object we can pass into JavaScript. We're going to make a native method that's going to cover that. And then we're going to cover this one too. Make another native method. Turn native reflect get map key. Private. The reflect set is going to be void. Reflect set is going to be object map string key. JS function here, provider. And this we can offer utility for. That way they'll be the same in all languages. Oops, we don't do that. We just do a semicolon. And then private static native CLDR data, native reflect get, map, string key. And now, this is how native JS works. We're going to make a new CLDR factory, native.js. We're going to put these with JS method. And then we're going to go in here and define each of these. Native get, native set, and get as set is going to be map key provider. My IDE is a little irritated for some reason. Goog.reflect. And then we're going to do goog.reflect.cache. And the call is cache object, which is the map, key provider, the value function. And we'll do it again for the set. Sorry, for the get. Now there's no provider. Oops. There you go. Stupid insert key. Now we return that. Okay, so now under the hood, this should do the compiler magic. Here's hoping. Warning is not usable by, comma, but exposed to JavaScript. So we're going to suppress that because we don't care. This is just bookkeeping. Okay, it looks like more code instead of less code. Sorry. Potato, Guinness. Didn't understand it. So there must be a side effect here that we don't understand. How do we explain to it that there's no side effect? Here's the cache call. Was there a warning saying, hey, there was a compile? Oh, there is. There's something else it doesn't like here. Warning, property native reflect set never defined on blah. Oh, so it might not actually understand what we're doing. m.g is the call. .i, here's m.prototype h. But m doesn't have a g. It must have minified that without understanding it. Property native reflect get never defined on module. Okay, so I must be doing the JS interop thing wrong here. Let's look at an example. Best when we don't understand. Hey, I'm working on it. Dimitri, I don't know if you were here, but I got inspiration when I was taking apart how JS enum works because I wanted to port it back to Jackal. I took Wit 2, and they have got this cache thing, this reflect cache. Retrieves a value from a cache given a key. The compiler provides special consideration for the value such that it is generally considered side effect free. However, if they have side effects, blah, blah. Conventionally, storing the value on a cache would be considered a side effect and preclude unused calls from being pruned. That's the problem we were having. Even if the value was never used, it would still be always stored in the cache. And that's our problem. We wanted to not be storing in the cache. So if you use this, it does the same thing when you are just calling plain old, bundle mode. but the compiler supposedly will optimize this and detect that you never reference the key and prune it out. So we get our good size. I have just taken the first steps here. I just made some simple little native calls to under the hood, go through and do this native reflect, set, and get, and it's mad at me, and I'm trying to figure out why, and now you're caught up. Okay, so native JS should exist, but they don't have it in here because they're jerks. Why ship a jar that works when you could ship a jar that doesn't work? Oh, they appended to the class name. Okay. So that's a little lame. Do they put JS type on the class name? They do not. Okay, so we can probably get away with that. That might work. Let's go back to the factory. Yep. Let's go to the JS. That. That. Let's build it again. Oh man, this would be awesome if this worked. This would save a lot of headache. No, it still doesn't. No, this is fine. It just doesn't think we're allowed to do what we're doing because it doesn't understand that we don't care what the type is. We're gonna make it work. We gotta watch out for warnings though, because the compiler is gonna say, "Hey, you're doing something dumb here." Here we go. Function requires 3 and no more than 4. Boog, reflect cache. Oh, am I reading from the cache wrong? Is there a different method to read from the cache? Cache is what puts it. How do you read it? Well, that's weird. Return. How do you read from the cache? Stored key. If that exists, okay, so it just maps back to our key. If object prototype call cache stored key, then it reads it. Are you serious? We gotta set a new one every time we use it? Okay, so let's look at what closure does. Because that's what Jackal does. Jackal has this thing here where it always provides a supplier. Oh, crap. All locales must be processed because the numbers of locales. No, the piece you missed is, or you just forgot, which you're permitted because sleep and all, is that we're going to make a different jar for each locale. And then when you write your widget, sorry, let me back up. You make a different jar for each locale and a single jar that says I represent the whole thing, the whole CLDR, but I only have the factory code to do the lookups. We wouldn't call it CLDR factory. That's a terrible name. Then we would have, sorry, I just had a thought I need to, okay, I'll deal with that later. Then you make your widget library, and you only depend on the factory. You don't depend on all the locales. So that way, this is small, but it can still do things like CLDR factory.get foo, and you can access, in theory, all the various methods that exist on your locale, right? Next, you make your application. And your application is where in the POM you say, okay, I depend on the widgets, but more importantly, I depend for development mode just on one locale because I want it to build fast. And then for each locale, I have to add an entry here. And then we eventually have to work out what's the convention to say, hey, I build with different locales here. But we have to do that anyway with your approach too. We have to have a different build per locale. The one downside here is we can't wait until the stage 3 build to do the locale stuff. We have to do a stage 2 build again. But we don't even have stages anyway, so it doesn't matter yet. That's just a future problem. Anyway, so once you've got separate jars, it almost all works, except it can't optimize out the versions you aren't using because it doesn't understand that you're not using them. The next piece here is that we have to apparently aggressively load the cache. Or we can't aggressively load it. We can't say, hey, here's where you're going to get this particular version from. It doesn't want us to say, here is the thing I'm going to ask you for later. Tell me about it if it exists. Instead, what it wants us to do is say, Yeah, this is, you don't remember it, but this is what we talked about like a year ago. But unfortunately, we never could make it work because Clojure compiler won't optimize out the locales we don't use. A well, it always says, oh, well, even though you're only using enus, and we actually only reference the enus string here, it still bakes in the enie. So we always get this object, even though it's not even possible to access it. And it didn't actually look like this before I changed it over to this new reflect function. The reflect function is just mad at me because I'm using it wrong. Anyway, the cache function is meaning to say, give me a map, give me a key, give me a provider, and you have to call it with that tuple every time. We need it somehow to optimize out the provider call. That's the issue. And once it discovers that it's never going to be called, it'll optimize out all the downstream effects, which includes the whole damn class with all the values in it. What does G do? The hell is this? Erase myself and assign a null every time? Oh no, because it's a static initializer. Sorry, it's a static initializer. I'm done. Summon type will be happy to host our locales. Oh, they won't care. One giant jar versus a bunch of little ones, it doesn't make any difference to them. And on that note, did you end up publishing your generated Clojure library stuff? Okay, I need to think about if there's a different way we can access this to say I want to access it by name. No, there really isn't, because we need it to behave like a service loader where we're saying they've already been registered, now we can access them by name. Because it wouldn't make any sense to have to tell it, oh, and here is how you're going to create it if you need to. How does Jackal use this? We got this cache call here. When it boxes an enum, we're looking at JS enum, remember? Okay, if you watch the earlier part of the stream, if you get the chance, Dimitri, we hit some problems with the GWT3 export. I'm sure we've talked about this before, but there's just a lot of rough edges. I'm sure you know about it. I don't know if you've had time to look at it. I don't want to give you a hard time about it. I just wanted to mention that there was we were playing with it earlier. Guy who's in yeah, I understand. New follow or new guy who was joining us in Gitter, Yosindu, came here and hung out for a little while, and we were talking about how to make a library that exports stuff. Anyway, if you've got time to kill while you can't move, holding a sleeping little one, something to look at. So this is the factory call we don't want to make more than once. The problem is it has to somehow know here's the constructor. The constructor can't go away when you do this because we already know we've got a value. Otherwise, this whole thing would have gone away. What we're saving is making another instance. We would need to generate a switch case for this. We would need to go back to here. So just to refresh, we would need to, at compile time, generate this junk here. We don't want to generate this junk here because then we have to know in your application what locales are being accessed. And we're back to square one. We're back to needing to generate stuff. So what if we just pass a dummy provider in? Is the compiler going to figure out that we're cheating? Because it's already populated. We're guaranteed it's already populated. How long did this take to build last time? 17 seconds. That's not terrible. We'll try it. I'm just now realizing, because I'm exceptionally dumb when I read other people's code, I guess, that we could have just done, where's that enums type? Enums. Oh, I'm in the enums type. I could have just done this one-liner. That's all we needed. So let's grab it over here and put it in here. The problem is this will not work in GWT 2, so we're going to have to replace this. We'll figure it out later. Okay, let's see what it did. Let's see if it gave us something resembling useful. It did not. Did it warn us that we're being a jerk? It did not. So what's the side effect of calling K that prevents it from eliding it? This is just plain Java object, right? Yeah. Maybe there's some other. Well, let's go look at. No, that's just a plain function. That's fine. That's fine. I don't understand why it's a function here though instead of a arrow. Here's the provider hook to say go call this thing, and that is a constructor call at the end of the day. Can I just do that? Oh no, I can't because I got to import it. Generate automatically, but we want constant strings in here so the compiler knows what can be pruned. Well, it's not this one that's going to be pruned. It's going to be this one. Man, what a headache. I don't think this will work, but we'll just try it real quick anyway. Oh, it did not like that. Yeah, okay, because it can't import it from the other blah, blah, blah. All right, fine. So register locale calls this. It appears to be public, but it's used by JavaScript. And then it will say, hey, here's your map, here's your key, here's your provider. Okay, well that doesn't actually help us at all, because it's not doing it for some reason. The value provider used to calculate the value to store in the cache. This function should be side effect free to take advantage of the optimization. And this is called with this little lambda here, which is apparently side effect free. Or at least the side effects are elided somehow. I wonder if I make it a JS constructor, if that will magically make it side effect free. I hate it. Mm-mm. Oh, is this because it's a JS object? That seems silly. Oh, maybe this will work anyway because it already knows that it's a JS object. Yeah, it's already got enus on it, so it already has a JS constructor. Yeah, that's fine. We don't really like doing that. That has some downsides. I'm betting we had to add that, though. Because we were trying to make it as simple as possible. Just try this real quick and see if we change both over, if that is the kick it needs to say, make this more boring. I guess I should have verified before I started down this road that it did do the bad thing. Yeah, it did. I mean, I think my theory was originally that adding those properties was going to, by making it JS type, it was going to get rid of Java object details, and that was going to cut down on the potentials for side effects. It made the compiler decide that it didn't want to do that anymore. It worked. It worked. I don't understand the difference. Object has on property call enus, then c.enus, or cnus equals b enus. B is passed to D. D is null, and it elided the other call. It didn't work. Okay. It didn't work. It makes sense that it didn't work because I didn't actually use the side effect, and so it's saying cache.get didn't return anything, so it went ahead and rewrote it. Um, yeah, that makes sense. That's irritating, but it makes sense. Nope, this doesn't work. I forgot that it needs to be a provider. CLDR provider. Should get some lunch. Yeah, that's way more code. But it elided the other language. No, it didn't. It's right here. Dang it. Because now it's a Java type and it has all this extra crap on it. These just implement serializable, and somehow they are getting rewritten like this. All right. That's irritating. Okay, let's move on. Let's go back to enums and understanding how they work. Boxing enums somehow will get you the ability to call compare to. In the case where it has a compare to, we saw that there was a nice little chart over here. Yeah, implements comparable. So not all enums will implement comparable anymore. JS enums won't, according to this. So close, that's frustrating. Sorry, I'm still stuck on that. What we would need to be able to do is call the cache every time that we want to return it. We have to know what's going to be in there, though, or at least know how to get it when we pass in the string. So we have to have some kind of a lookup from the string to the function that's going to populate the cache. So we can put a bit of indirection there. Okay, let's go back. Let's see if we can put indirection in there. I'm sure this won't work. I'm almost certain this won't work. It doesn't make sense to work. We're just going to keep this and comment it out for next time. This is just a placeholder to be able to shove stuff in. We're going to put the native reflect back so that I can think through the implications of putting property on there, because I think we actually aren't going to pass in the whole thing now. We're going to say, when you call register, I'm going to take your provider and I'm going to put it in a plain map. Yeah, we're going to go the other way here. We're going to put it in a plain map like this. I'm going to go ahead and use this one instead, since that's what I really meant to begin with. We're going to use the cache call to say, no, we can't use map anymore. We're going to have a second map. So now when you look up the key, it's going to go in here and access the key. This isn't really quite right, but I don't think it's going to hurt anything. And now we can call map.get. It will return a function. This is already a JS func, so we can just go ahead and wrap it like that. It's going to return the provider. I don't think I should do... let's see, cache is going to return what? Cache is going to return the T itself. The T is the thing here. I think. Sorry, you can't see this. But I'm irritated, so I'm just thinking it through. Yeah, supplier of T. So in this case, it's going to be a CLDR. So it returns the thing that it would have created. And so now cache returns CLDR data, which means this is itself a locale provider. It's a caching provider that way. Now we can just call get on it, I think. Oops. I don't think it's going to work, just for the record. Looks too long to me. Yeah, here it is. So E is instantiated. No. This is a toString for plain old object. K extends that. That's some type. I guess that's the type class itself. N is the type for this. We return a new N from this lambda here. T is the call to stick it in the cache, and it went ahead and rewrote the cache lookup just to new N because it thinks we're immediately using it. Are there any warnings that we should have heeded to say, hey, make sure you use this properly? Actual parameter 1 of Google Reflect cache does not match formal parameter. Found star required object of question mark to CLDR impl null. Really? The object is supposed to be a key value where K is the key and V is the value type. So I guess I got to make it a JS property map just to be explicit about it. It's possible that interrupted it from doing it properly, from generating the code correctly. I can do that. What's that button? Why is it flashing? Don't care. Still don't care. Okay. What you got? Let's go. No warnings. I still don't think it's going to work. No, it's not going to work. Yep, here it is. So now we got a class T. T is instantiated here inside of this factory call. It's passed to Q, which is our cache call, which is just the inline has on property. So that doesn't seem to even be working. All right, I'm going to do what Dimitri told me I should have done and look at the tests for how to use this. Ensure we get the same value with a different value function. So if you call reflect cache with a throws function with cache object in 1, it will get that. Oh, look at that. You can just access it. Oh, that's cool. So can you prime it but not use it? Maybe that's what I'm missing. All right, Dimitri, if this works, you win. You get the credit for this. Let's get rid of the map. Let's replace this with... It's getting really hard to read. With just the cache call, which will say here's a provider and here's a key. The implication is that this will invoke our provider function immediately. And now we say thing.get. Which we shouldn't have to specify that string anyway, but it's going to be that key coming in here. I guess that's what I've been doing lately. Ooh, I haven't been doing it. I have been not comparing apples to apples. Okay, I don't think that's going to make a difference, though. It still didn't work. When it figured out that there was no other constant it could have been. I didn't fix this. There we go. Got the title updated now. No way. Well, it just deleted all the code. C.enus, so it actually removed the map check now. Oh, come on. Killing me here. It didn't even populate it to begin with, it just deleted it. Do you need to actually access it in order for it to work? It seems silly. Let's keep the tests open over here. The cached or calculated value. If object property has on property, call cache stored key. Stored key equals take the function if it is anything. Otherwise, you just use the key. We take the key, which is now stored key. You call has on property on this, and then you return cache get. Okay. Otherwise, call value function on the key, which we don't care about, and assign it, and then return it. Preventing conventionally storing the value on the cache would be considered a side effect and preclude unused calls from being pruned. Even if the value was never used, it would still be stored in the cache. I don't know. I think that we need to actually return it. I think that's the problem. We have to actually use the value, the return from cache. And if it detects we don't use it, it's going to throw it away. I think that is the problem. Because none of these tests call reflect.cache and then don't use the return value. Assert throws, reflect cache, cache object 1. I don't know what triple function is. Oh, it's just this thing here. It just multiplies it by 3. And then throws function. So we want to make sure that if you pass a throws function, it'll throw. Ensure we set a new value if we provide a different key function. Ensure we get the same value with a different value function. But we have to have actually used it the first time in order for that to work. And that's the problem. We didn't use it the first time. Okay, I need to put this back the way I found it, because otherwise the next time I come in here, I'm going to have no idea what this code is supposed to do. Just going to undo back to try one more test right here, just to make sure we are correctly apples to apples. Sure, it's not going to work, though. It's the same problem that it's going to say, oh, well, you didn't use it, so I'm just going to throw it away. And we're going to lie to all of them. When it does, we'll be fully back to enum, and I promise I'll give up on this for real. Okay, so the enums type is here. It's got some, it's weird they define their own supplier again, but I understand why. You want to keep it efficient. You want to use JS function if you want to cut down on the overhead of these functions, because Java functional interfaces require creating actual classes. Here's the output. This looks too big. We have enus. It does register the T here, which means the R class exists, which means it actually keeps it around, even though it never will access that. All right, let's finish reverting it all the way back. We'll keep that commented out because we're. Oh wait, did I goof? Maybe. There's no. I don't think it's worth it. We're going to do it anyway, just to make sure. This boxing and unboxing seems to be the trickiest part. How to implement boxing and unboxing cleanly in GWT2 to be able to say this is going to behave like, you know, a capital I integer, to know that You've got an actual object there. You need to treat it like an object. It has a get class, which will be the Java classes, the Java class for the enum for the instance type. But I don't think those work anyway for JS types. I think those return JS object every single time. So I don't feel too bad if we can't get that right. Yep, here it is. We assign enus here. We assign enie here. We access enie never, but it still assigns it. It still puts it on there, and then it never uses it. Even though we actually access it with this. Set alert. We're going to call m. We're going to call a.call q.j. Q is this thing here. It's going to invoke this instead of our actual one, which means it actually no, it's going to assign this. n.enus equals this callback here. But it has the callback here. It's just not going to use it. It's going to use the old one. I don't understand. Why does that make sense? Yeah, I can't figure it out. Whatever. Let's come back another time. Let's put this back to its previous state of not making sense. And the other one too. Because these are generated, we don't care about the fact you've got to extend a particular thing or stick an annotation on it. It just needs to be understood that this is the song and dance you've got to do to convince the compiler that this is okay. We can always wrap in another layer of provider if we can convince it, hey, this is a side effect-free lambda. It's just a lambda. It is not a lambda I've invoked yet, but I will invoke it when you return it to me. That's fine. So this will reduce our output a little bit by getting rid of the object overhead, but it still leaves, hey, please register this thing. Don't quite see why, though. As on property on A. Doing it on the string. That doesn't seem right. I must have something screwy there. Not that screwy. It says it's fine. C is A and K. Oh no, it's on E. E is D. D is a global. Global is this thing here. So it's just going to say, I don't know why I just didn't use D anyway to begin with. That's silly. It's going to decide whether to call that or not. It's going to populate it that way, and then it's going to populate it this way. And then it's never going to access it. There's just these two ways of assigning it. enus assigns them both ways also. This just doesn't make sense. Whatever. Moving on, as promised. To myself, repeatedly. Oh. That's why. Really, I can move on. I'm capable of this. Yeah, so boxing is going to suck. Let's go look at some tests that exist in Jackal for this. Something like JS enum test. Is there something that looks like that? What enum test? Enums test, sure. These look like the Java 6 tests, though, because it says Java 6. It's just the old tests that are ported. We want to look for @JS enum in the tests. JS interrupt by example, tree map. Ooh, fun. The tree map actually under the hood uses that. RTA. This must be a test for RTA. Yeah, Java tests. This is test for the transpiler. JS enum. Okay, cool. Let's start in this package here. The JS enum package. Main class, I guess, is where we're going to do all the tests. It's weird that his phrase is a main, though. Well, we'll see some examples. We'll be able to see what's happening there. Here's me moving on, and definitely not checking to see if one little change would fix it. Yeah, see there's L, and it's populating L with a lambda function here. Notice how moved on I am. Yep. All right, so native JS enum, what kinds of tests do we do on it? We get a value, we do a switch case. Great, it found the right one. We try to say if you switch case on a null, it fails. Excellent. Make sure that identity works. Native JS enums are not boxed. Does that mean they can't be boxed? Probably. Assert true that the string equals the enum. So that's a little dirty. But we can say, hey, this string with the characters OK will equal the enum value here. That's OK. That's a little gross that that's possible. But it's important to make sure that that works. Native enums are not boxed, which means you can do this. No boxing when you say, hey, here it's an object. Make sure it equals itself. Object methods called on a variable of JS enum type. So this is going to figure out what the compiler should do here because it would have some other options here. This is gross. The test does not equal for a hash code for a different value, but there's not enough types to overflow that, so whatever. ToString equals v. It could have just said equals v itself. V equals OK. V equals OK string. Okay, that's what I was looking for. V equals native string native enum. Okay, is that a different enum? Native enum. Okay, versus. Oh, native enum versus native string enum. Okay. And the difference here being this is it has a custom value, and that custom value is a string. So this is a feature that JS enum has. Object method calls on a variable of object type. So in other words, you can call hashcode ToString and equals, but you can't call enum calls. Assert false. Okay, so this is really important. Those are not actually enums. They don't implement enum, or they don't extend from enum. Observe my moved onedness. Yep, still broke. Nice, concise example of how broke. Okay, I'm done for real now. It is serializable. It is comparable in this case. Oh, it is comparable. I thought the truth table said that a native one would not be comparable. Let's look at here. Implements comparable. This is a native JS enum. Oh, is it not a native one? It's just a JS enum? JS enum, yeah. Let's see the test now. V is a... No, it is native. I have to check to make sure this is actually still accurate. I might be mistaken here because string implements comparable, and that's what this boils down to. So let's see, this boxes up to object is not an instance of a regular JS enum, which is all well and good. What about comparable? If we take O is native enum. Okay. It can be cast to comparable and intersection cast to comparable. So we're going to use the, not O, but V for our example. Sorry, just going to copy paste that snippet followed by the instance of snippet. And then we're also going to grab this string native enum, which is native O, which comes before the instance of check, right? Yeah, it's way up the top. We check the comparable, and then we check O instance, we can cast it. So I'm probably going to rephrase this as a question just to make sure I understand it properly. Because we're casting to comparable of native enum, which is not the same thing as comparable of string. If they meant string, they should have said string. Then it casts enum and it fails, cast a boolean and it fails. And as seen from JS will equal string, which is like a no box thing. Okay, what else do we have here? Test string native JS enum. Yeah, we've already been through most of that test. Test cast on native. I would like a or like a custom value one that does not use native or number or string or something. Because I want to see how those casts operate. Assert throws class cast exception, cast number native enum. Okay, it's just going to try and turn all those numbers into... Oh, wait, cast a number native enum. You can't do this. You can't take it. Oh, it's a boxed integer. Makes sense. All right, so we got a Boolean one. We got a string one. We got a class initializer with a string. String. Short. Yeah, okay. They don't actually test anything interesting for that. That's it. That's a helper. Autoboxing parameterized lambda, where we say we've got an ordinal with a cast, which is a lambda that turns an object into a double by grabbing its ordinal. And we make sure that the ordinal of 1 is 1. We make sure that the ordinal of 1 is 1, except we're no, it's still a double. It's taking object before, and now it's, oh yeah, we're casting it to the enum type, okay. When does ordinal expected to work? Ordinal, call ordinal on only JS types that don't customize the value. So plain JS enum must not customize the value type. Confirmed. They have a value call, and it calls ordinal, but it doesn't have a value type. Okay. Autoboxing a parameterized lambda. Here is plain JS enum again. Here's v with an ordinal. Plain JS enum. Okay. That's allowed because plain JS enum has no is non-native. So let's look for other ordinal calls. V tests that the boxing of special method ordinal is not broken by normalization. Again, to confirm, V is a plain JS enum, so that's totally allowed. Here's one with the class initializer. That will still be allowed because enum with a class initializer is non-native. Unboxing as a qualifier to ordinal. A plain JS enum, same thing. So that's fine. We're just using generics to get there to make things more confusing. Unboxing as a qualifier, is it the same thing? Value is a plain JS enum, that's allowed. And here we are again with plain JS enum. Okay, so ordinals definitely seem to behave the way described. I mean, it'd be a compile error if they weren't. And kind of hard to test compile errors like this. So we'll have to look for some compiler tests. What other things can't you do? This one has a constructor. I don't know what you do with that information. Customizes the value type. That's just in the Java itself that it will have that. Okay, so let's pull back up here's what it might look like when we were finished. Or maybe grab the GWT stuff where we say, okay, here's what it's gonna look like to try that. Let's go to GWT where we start doing JS interop. Restrictions, checks. Named exactly the same thing. How close are these classes to each other? They are not very close. Let's see where we do some of our checks to make sure things work, like looking at a JS function, for example, make sure that it behaves like a function. Declared type method, method call, static, member of native type. Okay. Override object method. Yep. These are just warnings we can go ahead and suppress. In some cases, check var args, check JS property accessor, right? Not going to apply to us because we're an enum. We won't have anything like that. Check names and namespaces and instance consistency. Guess I had a problem with that at some point. Check property accessor pair. Makes sense. We need to make sure you got both. Check property consistency, same type, override consistency. Check static JS property calls. Actually had a problem with those generating properly earlier. Skip unnecessary synthetic override as they will not be generated. And then when you're done, cannot call property accessor via super. Okay, well, that's not what I was doing anyway. Check instance of native JS type or JS function implementation. Cannot do instance of, yeah, that's fine. It's just a check of the instance of call itself. Although we will need another one of those checks for if it's an enum, but that will trivially be true for an enum. It'll always have this is JS native set to true. Check native JS type. We're going to go ahead and close others right now because I'd like to start chasing some of these things here to figure out what else has to be assigned here. We're going to need a declared type. We'll have a JS native, which will be assigned in certain cases, like set JS type info. Is JS function, we're going to need an is JS native. Only called from one place. Excellent. Okay, so right off the bat, we've got, does it have the annotation JS enum on it? If so, it's an enum. Tell everybody. It's going to go ahead and assign this now to a new field, which we haven't declared yet. There we go. Nothing's reading that yet, but we'll get there. We're at least propagating it into here. Okay. Back to the checker, where we were saying, are you JS native? Oh yeah, we need this to be true now. And declared type is JS native is, whoops, is true when that is set to true. It is going to check the is native on the annotation parameter boolean, which presumably is going to be able to figure out which. Oh, that's a JS type. So we're going to need a new one of those. Well, this will be the is.js type native. And then we'll need an is.js type boolean too. Although we could just read them both in either one. JS type is here. JS enum. So now we've got the annotation, which is like how we're going to read the the namespace, except we're going to check whichever one is present. And now we're probably going to have to also pass in the hey, does it use a custom type? I'm not really sure if that's going to need to be in there or not, or if we can look it up somewhere else. Let's split each one of these. And then we'll rearrange. Do we need to do a check at this point to say, hey, this is garbage? You can't have more than one of these at a time? That's a pretty good match for the same thing. Is JS enum goes there. We have to figure out if JS enum does not equal null. We'll do the same things here on our JS enum notation. And then we have to also check. It doesn't have the JS enum in here. JS enum I have declared over here in some other project. Let's grab Deephaven real quick. Nope. Yep. JS enum has custom value. And set to true, the JS enum will have a custom value defined by the field named value. The only allowed types for the value field are string and primitive types, with the exception of long. Okay, so that's how they can get away with that. They're all comparable anyway. So that's probably safe. Okay, back to here. Now that we've got the property name to check. I think we just provide nulls for these to begin with, because presumably these just return null if the thing is null. Yeah, that's fine. So we'll just say false is JS native. And then split this here. Drag this up here. And probably pass it in as another argument. It's JS type. JS enum is JS type. I think we're going to rearrange that and move that out to the end. Oops. Something got lost. Is JS type is JS native. Wait, why is this in there twice? Oh, you assign it both. Oh, come on. This doesn't make any sense because you've got the whatever. Is JS type, and then we'll just have this one at the end. It doesn't make sense because this is the only call site of this. So it doesn't make sense to have two different properties that are set from the same thing. There's only one thing that can call this one place right here. Nowhere else in the code base can call this. So it's just needlessly complex for something that's already pretty damn complex. So we're saying is type, is native, is function, is enum, namespace name, is JS type again, which is the class-wide export thing that they were expecting before. And then this last one is JS enum has custom value. Probably at this point makes sense to break this up. Not going to do it. We will correct that indentation later. We're missing 2 though. How are we missing 2? Let's do it again. Is JS type, is JS native, is JS function, is JS enum, namespace, name, class-wide export. This is garbage. Doesn't belong here. JS enum, which will go here. We're not yet extracting the type. It's going to be somebody else's job to extract that type. We have to go look for the value field and extract the type from it. That's, again, somebody else's responsibility. Okay, so that looks like we've extracted all the necessary pieces. We're in the checker still. We're saying, are you a native JS type and are you an interface? Can't do instance of against JS type interface. Oh, but that's not exactly true. You can in certain cases against native JS intertype. Yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. So enums we can do instance ofs. And just to make sure we haven't changed the definition of this at all. Yeah, it still means the same thing as it used to mean. Okay. Check JS type. We'll say make sure it's not anonymous and make sure it's not a lambda. Does not allow you to annotate anonymous classes or lambdas. We should admit an error. It will admit an error. Check native JS type, which is not what we're going to be. So here's our various checks to make. If it's an enum or subclass, this cannot be a native JS type. But it can be a native JS enum. Non-static inner class cannot be a native JS type. Native JS type block cannot extend native JS classes. Really? Native JS type can only, that's why I'm wrong, can only extend native JS classes. Native JS type block can only extend or implement JS type interfaces. Native JS type cannot have an initializer. So it seems logical that we'll put another check here like this for enums. We'll leave it broken for the moment. If is native JS type, if is JS native. There. So JS native actually means JS native type. It's very specific about that. So I think we should probably rename that. No, it says is JS native. Yeah, so now it could be either an enum or a JS native type. So we're going to say if only run that if you're a JS type. If type.is JS enum, which I don't expose yet, but we at least are tracking it over there. There, straight up. The mirror confuses me. Then if not check native JS enum type turn, we'll have already emitted our log about that. We're going to have to create that later. If subclass of native type, can't do that with an enum anyway, so it won't apply. The compiler will have already caught us and said, slap your hand. If it's a function, check JS function. It cannot be both a function and a type at the same time. Functional interface restriction already enforced by JSO and restriction checker. It is safe to assume that there is that there is a single abstract method. Okay, check function subtype. You can never extend enums anyway, so this really doesn't apply to us too much. Check JS constructors, we're not going to worry about that. I think we're going to put a check in here for else if type.is JS enum. Sorry, I've lost my train of thought what that was, what I was going to check here to make sure. Yes, because if it is not native, we still need to check it. We need to make sure it's an enum, for example. So we'll go ahead and plumb that later. So these are the native specific checks, and then we also have to do the enum, the non-native checks, or just the general checks. So constructors, for example. If it is native, we return. Okay, so this is for non-native checks. That's a weird way to do this. It should have put that afterward. Whatever. I think I'm going to go before this one. Oh, they're really not in the same order. Yeah, that'll be fine. This will be fine. Okay, so now we'll check to make sure that makes sense, that we're following all the various restrictions we have to keep there. And now I think if we assume the restrictions are managed, we're going to have to go through and we're going to have to implement instance ofs in the same way that we implement instance of for JS type, with the has custom value thing, which we should be able to find an accessor for pretty easily. Yep. Get JS name. There should be some checker here that will say, hey, let me actually emit your type check. Default exports generator. Oh, we're going to need to put some hooks in here for that. If the name is not empty, then we'll make a name reference. Hard to say if we need something custom in here or not. We'll have to write some values anyway. Export the member. Why do we have multiple implementations? Oh, there's a closure one. Huh, right. We only have export type and export member. So export type is going to have some specifics about. Let's see, non-closure mode doesn't do anything special to export types, but export member will write apparently getters for these things. Provide namespace, comma null, and then dot member name equals right-hand side, whatever that value happens to be. And now we need to ask it what it should be, bridge, method, or alias. In our case, that's going to be a getter, I think. Names, get member, make ref. We'll see what that generates. I'm guessing that'll get close to what we need, but not really. We're going to need to actually we're going to need to reference the string it is or the ordinal, depending on the type. So, but if we go ahead and populate this earlier, make ref. No, I'm sorry. We're fine here. As long as we emit that as part of the enum code generation in the generate JavaScript AST, we'll be fine. So we need to find where it actually emits enums. And just make sure we write out some... it doesn't emit enums in here. Interesting. So somebody else is responsible for making a JS enum field. All right, let's back up, see where we got distracted. Getting distracted again. I was hoping to see what was going to do what with this JS name. Actually generate it, I guess. Not really sure. Because for the most part, you just need to make these referenceable, or you need to be able to emit references to the thing and know what the type is going to be when it gets there. Check member of JS function. All right, so let's just keep going here. We were last looking down around here. We put this here. We'll take care of that later. There's our other check that we're going to have to populate to check JS function subtype, check the whole program, which is where it's going to recurse into everything. Is JS constructor subtype? Yep. Here's how we we decide if we need to check that thing or not. Collect instance members by JS names. If you are a JS enum, though, we're just going to say you can't have any except value. If type equals null, we just return that. What does this do? It's going to check the names. Collect instance members by JS names. Superclass here will be... Oh, we're recursively calling it on the superclass. Okay. We go up one type, we grab the members, which will in turn go up a type, grab the members, and so on. But I think we just say, hey, look, if you are a JS enum, we don't have to do this. We've already handled that separately. Because there's only one kind of field a JS enum can have. Oops. Nope, that's not the right button. There we go, that's the right button. And then I want this window back again to confirm we can't have any other fields. No instance fields allowed other than value. And even value is only allowed with has custom value. If the JS enum is non-native and has custom values, a constructor is required to allow specifying the value. The underlying type of the closure enum can be specified via has custom value and declared with an instance field named value of the desired type. Okay, so just a magic value field. That's the only one you can have. So we're going to put a little check here for and we'll have to populate that, and then we'll just say, no, there's no fields to check because there's no possible reason you'd want to check that because this will have to check fields. And then we'll have to provide the lookup to say, well, what is the actual type, the actual underlying JS type of this? I'm not sure we actually care, because that should be a runtime consideration. Well, we'll see. We may have to change how casts work. Check subclass of native class. Check unusable by JS. If it's synthetic, you can't use it. If it's a type parameter, you might not be able to use it. Log if unusable by JS, that's fine. We've already got the collect instance. Yep, we already checked that. Add member, that is something we can't call anyway. Is instance JS member. If it needs dynamic dispatch, if its member type is not none. What does that mean, member type? Indicates a member. Not quite sure what that's going to mean here. Method is static JS member. Can't have that anyway. These are just utility calls, I think. Okay, so we've got a couple of jumping off points to do validation. We can probably just make these all return true to begin with. And then it's a question now of generating the right JavaScript. Because now we get to opt out of the checks of, hey, it's an enum, so I can't generate it. We had some enum here to say, can we do this? And we've got a value, and then make sure we can do stuff like this. Receive the JS type enum as its own type, so it's not seen as an upcast by enum ordinalizer, but it's actually dispatched to a method that takes object. Right, so this is just some cheating. Because it's going to just reflect in and call a function on it. That's dirty. So this must only work if you don't actually compile anything. Oh no, because it's a JS type. They made it a JS type, I guess. Really? No. Yeah, they did. They made it enum a JS type. Oh, you weasels. Okay, so we're going to have to be careful about exporting. That might be a problem. Because it can't actually implement enum. I mean, that's what it boils down to. When you generate this enum, it can't implement enum. If it's a non-native type, it can only have fields. So it won't actually generate enum, extend enum, which means we don't actually care about this. It's not our problem. Okay, cool. Let's figure out what code says, hey, you extend enum. That's probably built in, actually. We will need to unhook that. We will need to say, you no longer extend enum in your generated code. So this might be a little fun to find out where it will go. So this is how we detect it's an enum, field in an enum, and make a new enum constant. Do we need to do anything at this time? Or is it we will just have to make an extra visit to rewrite this as basically a naked class of public static fields? Because this is going to read the JDT types. Let's see, where's our extending come from here? Do we have magic here that needs to deal with? Oh, this is the Java. Do we have to deal with JS types in here? No, it doesn't look like it. So our changes to declared type. Is this part of that type tree? No, it isn't. It's a different type tree. So this is probably fine, because we're not going to modify the code gen side. I'm sorry, the generator side. We don't need to expose this. We just need to know it for our own work. Yeah, these don't even know if things are JS types. This can't even tell that. So where would we emit, hey, you're an enum, and here's your constants? Generate JavaScript AST is going to take, let's just find some random thing it's writing here for members or something. If you've got a node that's a constructor, we're going to say it's a constructor and start making a name reference for it. So how about enum fields? Are enums at all handled uniquely in here? It doesn't look like it. These are references to names. We've already got this giant lookup of names that someone's been populating, and we're reading in all kinds of places. I only want to look for the puts. What's the difference here? This is in the create names and scope visitor. The second one is create name and scope visitor. It's just a different call into here. Visit for a field, which I guess a enum constant is a field. So I guess that's the right place for that to happen. But I was expecting to see a type in here too. We're going to put the original J field with its JS name to say, here's how you can look it up. So if anybody else references the same field, they can see it. But we're still not actually writing the field. We're looking for something that says take a field and emit let's see here. It puts the name, it records a symbol. The use of member.getName can produce confusion in cases when a type has polymorphic and but this shouldn't apply to fields. We're just building up a symbol table here. We're still not actually writing the AST. And that's what I want to have. Where are we actually going to make a JS field? Or a JS property, I guess. What do we call those? JS member? If member is interop entry point, JS interop entry point. Oh, we should check that real quick. That's going to be important. JS field. Is a field the entry point or is the class the entry point? Static is JS native and is not JS native and is JS overlay. So that'll be true. True. False, I guess, for a native one, or a non-native one. Yeah, okay, okay. So that we should already satisfy. We just need to make sure exported gets set. And then we'll be good. Generate export might not be correct here. Let's chase this up a call or two. Maybe set JS interop exports or properties. Let's go back to where it actually was consumed, and we'll use the view navigate view call tree call hierarchy. Where is it? So this will tell us who calls this method and who calls that method and who calls that method, on and on until we actually get a value somewhere. So process simple is much too high. Create members. We'll just create a field. Create field should export if generate JS exports and filter is not empty and filter includes that member. Okay, cool. So that seems accurate already for our purposes. And then we've got this one here. This is the only branch in here that could do it. Should export again. That's for a method though. Process annotations on a method and on a method. Okay. So once again, walking back down again, if the member has should export as true, exported as true, we will say is an entry point, exported as true, static is non-native and is non-overlay. Doesn't quite seem right. It seems like we should have an actual JS annotation on it somewhere, but I am not going to worry about it too much. Put that away. Okay, here we are. So we've already checked this to say, is it a member type? Is it a property? Is it non-final? To do, remove the warning when we export via defined property. That would be a nice thing to follow up on. Putting effectively non-final field. We're just putting it for now. We're not actually doing the defining. And we output the exports. Yeah, that's just writing them though. That doesn't really matter here. I'm looking for the thing that actually generates. Well, it says outputs the exports. Maybe that's correct. Export. Oh no, it outputs the export. I don't want to output the export. I want to output the field. That's what I'm concerned with. We're static, so we're not going to affect prototypes. We are going to need to take care to get rid of the value field anyway. I mean, the whole enum is going to have to get rewritten. Close this up so I can see a little more code at a time. We use object-defined properties instead of defined property to make sure the property name appears as an identifier and not as a string. Some JS optimizers rely on this subtle difference for obfuscating property names. So this says that it uses defined properties. Didn't we just have a export defined property? Yeah, but didn't we just say that wasn't going to be a thing? Oh, instead of defined properties. So that should be allowed now. Let's check the provenance of this. 2015. Commented added 11/2015. So that doesn't seem accurate. Defined property method is runtime.defineProperties. Oh, maybe runtime does something different. Nope, it does object-defined properties. Okay, we'll come back. Here's where it writes out a method implementation. So something like this must exist for, hey, please write a static field. There's two calls to this. Generate prototype assignment for non-getter setter methods. And then statics are managed with this. Declare all methods into the global scope. Okay, emit method implementation. I ran into a bug recently about this, so I'm gonna make a note for myself to come back here. Emit static methods, but I want to look for static properties. If type is JS native, then we emit the static method and we emit the fields, the overlay static fields for native JS types. So a static field is going to behave kind of like an overlay. No, it's not. It's going to behave like a reference, like a non-overlay reference. So if it's non-native, we will. When do we write our static fields? Right here, it looks like. If the field is JS native, we don't emit it. Okay, fine. The field's default value is null. Fields whose default value is null are left uninitialized and will have a default value of undefined. And then we give them an initializer here. Okay, so we need to here say, if you are an enum, we will handle you specially here. If field is static, set up a variable for the static, add an expression initializer. If it's initialized at top scope, create an assignment. We're only allowed to use strings and numbers, except longs. So we can go ahead and make a no, it won't be this default value. It's going to be whatever the actual value is, not at the initializer. We're not going to grab the field's type's default value. We're going to say your initializer is initialized at top scope is going to be true for enums. Is that true? If the field is a literal, we potentially treat it as immutable and assign it once on the prototype to be reused by all instances of the class, instead of reassigning the same literal in each constructor. So if the enclosing type is a JS function implementation, we don't do that. Fine. If it's a literal initializer, is null, we won't do it. If it's final, static, and compile time constant, we will do it. And I think we have to special case. No, we need to get the type. Get enclosing type. We must have already removed the value field. Get field, get literal initializer. Okay, so this is where we're going to get funny again, because we need to figure out what the field value is. The type is not what we expect. A J field of an enum that is native does not have the type of the parent itself. So declaring statement get initializer, great. Otherwise, if it is a value, if initializer is a value literal, we'll just return that, otherwise return null. But we need to provide a special initializer for enums. I think. Okay, I'm gonna get some lunch. This is taking way too long. And I will likely not be back this afternoon then. I think that's just gonna be what I've got the time for today. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry for the kind of abrupt cutoff there. Just had to realize what else is going on here around me. I will probably be back with this a little bit next week. I'm hoping to move back to the template generation soon. And we'll see how that goes, if I can get back into that mode again. We'll probably snip the work we did with the how to make a JS library, because there is some stuff to learn about there and to see what the moving parts are, even if it isn't all working properly yet. So thanks for hanging out, and Justin will probably be here Friday, I think. If not, he may be switching to Tuesdays now that we're in the new year. And I'll see you next week. I'll be back on Wednesday. Thanks.